Malam semuanya, selamat malam. Malam. Ayo kita nobar PRX. Malam penentuan, guys. Apakah dia bakal masuk ke final ya? Main freak monyet. Apakah monyet akan menjadi kunci utama lagi? Lawannya GenG. Ini tuh kayak ini, kayak pengaturan nih. Biar nggak ada all region finals gitu. GenG versus PRX.
To Valorant, which they've shown, and they've looked very, very clean so far here at Madrid in terms of curveballs coming their way. They can do that versus a team like VtuberID that are willing to just kind of push all in on a comp first time, bringing it out on international stage. Massive bounce.
The thing is, normally when we say that on a desk or on a cast about, oh, you have to do it against VtuberID, that's the exception. GenG is used to that. They've played this team twice before. They know about the chaos and they've adapted to it very well. We're in Agent Select and it's standard. for once in a Paper X game.
Standard?
It's
That's
double
standard?
duelist
Question
style. It's the old standard from last
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
The teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very well to these teams' playstyles.
Yeah, and I guess as well, banding the madness that was the Yoru comp as well, coming out from the split, which was the iteration that GenG played against last time in the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the head-to-head between the rookies, Monyet and on the
Absolutely.
other side, out from Karon. Both those guys have come out in their debut international tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific Showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's Mixman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure
They played
are.
EDG, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. But, you know, we heard it from the desk. The only thing harder than beating a team once is beating them twice. PaperX know that from EG over at Champs. Now it's an opportunity for them to give GenG a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of situation. I also think it's mind over mental, because the way the PaperX play is insane. So you kind of have to almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like it if Pacific were able to win. They've never managed to win an international event. It's almost cruel that they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is
The killjoy.
because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now. But it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment. And even what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
Saw what Loud did in their last game. I'd be scared of them just as much.
well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going to see Split popping up. And actually, for the whole series, Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first three maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, that GenG won dominantly. Now, the reality is, coming into Split, Tom, it's not exactly the same, because PaperX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru. Himself and Something were diving in, taking so much space, and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where GenG just got demolished on this map. So, for PaperX, I understand why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is to beat them twice. So they're bringing a new comp and a new philosophy on how to handle Split. Question is, will GenG be able to deal with it this time, now that there's nothing spooky going on?
It also seemed like at least with PaperX, once their comp was figured out, they were like, okay, let's change this. We lost the EDG, we need to actually try and fix the things we've got going on. The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent, because we saw GenG come in, switch into this composition, and just look incredible. Like the double duelists especially, the only change they made was Omen in for Astra, just to allow them to be a bit more explosive. But I just remember that defensive half of Texture and Meteor. I think they both ended up with 22 kills, both were the best player in the server. It was like going toe-to-toe all the way through. So it is one of those matchups, as boring as it is, where we are just going to go, the duelists are the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch. The amount of times that PaperX would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't Forsaken just having life games.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's every time he plays Split, he has someone else's life game. It's not a Forsaken life game. It is, okay, for anyone else, that would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 in here? And actually, looking at the veto, right, Split last time went to PaperX, Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0, but I'm expecting the 3-mapper.
Let's go. Wah, map pertama langsung split dong.
Pacific number 2, and it's time to throw down as the barriers go up on Split.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to get a brawl to start things off. Both teams with the majority of their players set up outside this. They both run pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of Forsaken already, and Something, and Mind Freak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great start for PaperX.
Now Munchkin's in danger as well. He tried to jump away. The Boombot was chasing him. Munyet caught him. And for GenG, 2 versus 5, barely any damage done. At least they've still got the spike, but they have to hope for some serious mistakes at this point. The PaperX go running forward, or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can see there's there's no real need for panic on the defensive side. They're just going to hunker down and wait for GenG to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of GenG. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawless start to this one. Now, as I said, expectations for PaperX is this is the map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two I would favor to GenG, even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp for PaperX, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like PaperX have to win. The problem is, throughout this tournament, I've said that.
Buset.
And then they won the map.
Diloncatin emang
Because that's just
monyet.
how they are. They just manage to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just frag through a map. And that is rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people that are on that level.
At least from the games we've had, Tom, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents. GenG, they've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied to Monyet now, blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, that's not a bad start at all for GenG, gaining some ground, now winning some more fights, and with heals up, okay. It looks like they tidied it up eventually, but that got very scary for a moment.
I would love to see Forsaken's POV in that, because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team. Now that would be ridiculous to even attempt, but
crazy. But do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. He just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that, again, if you're talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered the question himself.
Well, looks like we're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take something down. He got the shot off. 10 HP left on Meteor, but that's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill the player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually not that problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for PaperX. Normally, you'd see a rifle or two in the mix, but this is just SMGs. It can work more so on Split than probably any other map. This crossfire is fairly nasty, but that's the thing I've really enjoyed about GenG. They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of those teams that are just aggressively running in and blitzing their way through rounds. They can. They have the skill to do it, but they're always, especially in these sort of rounds, very careful.
And it looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to PaperX, who are now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PaperX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So for PaperX, you know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already Mind Freak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast backs already, and there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by GenG, even with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots of space, so even when that judge gets up close, he's only one.
Something langsung OP
The
dong.
rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of position. 2-1.
Langsung mengeluarkan OP-nya.
Standard start to the game. Pistol win for PaperX. Follow up, and then they lose. I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed. Monyet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But GenG back off. The whole time they've been leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one. But one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn.
Mirror ya, ternyata mirror agent ya.
Mind Freak's still very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side, so they have the information that there was no one there, so they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site. Forsaken still with the judge, is just going to make sure he keeps control in mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get caught. He's switching between utility. Finally, will pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing. And while there is the four of the judge, not going to find anything more, and for something, I hope to God he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the op, possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe risk it with the Blade Storm, but even then, the op is just so expensive.
Udah nyampe situ Munchkin.
For GenG, I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play right now. So they're gone spread out, already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to start hightailing it in that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on PaperX. It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in GenG's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against CDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive, and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as I said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went
Si Forsaken ngapa dimajuin?
It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but a fist bump into a high five. Let's see how many high fives there are for GenG after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was perfect. Deadly from Divide, and he's managed to slip away towards the elbow. Another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of PaperX players. It's only something left, but he has that off. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right angle. What a shot! But Lakia was close by, ready for that play. A third round found for GenG. They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round.
Serem padahal somethingnya. Tapi ya gimana posisi udah
the early
begitu.
stages for PaperX, just basically having the majority and somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for GenG, and well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem though is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of GenG, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, PaperX have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later on in the round. For GenG, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting PaperX to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, GenG have a lot of credits built up. If PaperX lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Maybe
Aduh,
when.
timing
That's
banget.
not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realization's there eventually. Mindfreak can win this battle. It could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. Devi, though, has done well. Bringing back 2 kills. The spike
left.
just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice
Gila,
work
tajam
from
banget,
side of
bro.
Munchkin. Teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammate. He's just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if for the sake of real life, it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for GenG.
GenG are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for PaperX burned up in that round. Trying to gain
PaperX.
some semblance
No.
his position. He stayed down in screen.
Tidak. Gimana guys, PRX? Deng. PRX time out. Alek lagi marah-marah dulu guys.
I think they're a team that have done really well with the coaching staff. Someone as legendary as Solo, I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for them. Mind Freak off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant on those individuals a lot of the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier. Is like you compare the 5v4 conversion, GenG, I think it's like 70-something%. PRX is only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds on GenG.
Let's go.
Also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons like we said, and close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mind Freak has at least picked up one, but Karen is making this one look easy. 3 kills already under his belt, 40 HP, and he's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mind Freak drop. That's his 4th kill of the round. A confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that PRX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on GenG. They're farming.
Gagal ace.
One more. 3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance, but GenG have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively, and they don't even lose another member of the squad. 5 and 2, and I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco rounds. They're not allowing their opponents to really figure out anything that's going on. You had the instant TP to the back of site, information clearing things out, the rest of the team quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks around. He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead, and he even takes himself 4 kills while he's at it, so why not?
This is definitely where on the side of PRX you start to feel that mental pressure applied. Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for GenG, and now ultis are there. Showstopper fired off, and Munyet had no chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Devi, but PRX set up with a man disadvantage on a retake seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but GenG are even better in the 5v4s. Opener, again, Karen takes down another Forsaken trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is, and well, Lucky and Meteor combined.
Something OP mulu, maksa OP mulu.
So quick from GenG. And you could just see, the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. GenG are getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about, Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows to get the same sort of information. Although that's already back online.
Yay, oh wow, huge.
Hey, got them the spaces around prior.
Yeah.
And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be a crushing one for PRX off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in GenG's favor. The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go, maybe for the rest of this half. Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this PRX side, seeing it early on in rounds. So with a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. GenG winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one, and not two. Damage, but no kills.
Oh! Munya has a chance. Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit
Oh!
the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate. A nice try for the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way that that round was going to become competitive. But somehow Munya made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to GenG. Like, the beginning of this round, they were so ready. They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from PRX was good onto a couple of the players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push to come in. It ends up being quite an easy fight.
Yo, not even close, guys! Not even close!
Yeah, like I said, you know, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why, if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar, 7-2. GenG finding next to no struggles.
Dibantai-bantai guys sama GenG guys.
But instead, they're on an eco, they've already lost something. Stingers to play with, Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position. But look how passive the players are. They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close-range fights. Karen up from above, there's not really an easy way to kill him. Maybe there is. Somehow Munya got past all the defenses. Even still, though, his post-plant looks strong. Nade still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility. Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all
Gila.
player surviving.
Nggak ada celah gitu, coy.
And this is PRX's map. They have lost 8 rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in second round, they've achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the player needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see. Early on in a series, on a map
Kenapa dia milih split
GenG
pertama ya?
absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now they come to the international stage and
They might do one better.
Yeah, 13 for us, well 13 to you. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second. Munyet does well, Rockets on point. And with Lakia down, it looks like PRX are set to finally put another round on the board. Long have they waited. It's Karen to try to challenge, and he got an opportunity, but it was shut down eventually by something with only one standing. It's an easy win. 8-3. PRX finally back on the board, but hell of a distance yet to go.
Yeah, and again, it comes off some
Musnya
individual
Forsaken di
brilliance out
depan
of
ya.
Forsaken. Definitely had support. I think he doesn't get that kill if it's not for Munyet being able to kill off the close player, but it's at least a breath of life. We've seen them have strong attack in halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence. I'm looking at 2 operators on the attack, though. Obviously, it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting for aggression here. And it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up. Really swinging. I think he's currently 12 and 6-2 KD on the board and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. PRX tried a mid push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play, and GenG have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for PRX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of someone being within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those smokes are being put down by Munyet just to deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight. Because they're so passive, the operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around in the other direction. A peek out from something. Oh, I think Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. He's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
Whoa!
Oh, nice shot by Lakia as well. There's his 13.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for GenG to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that corner, and he's been caught. They need a dive on that spike and get it planted, but
Whoa!
4
GG.
rounds at the half. It's not a death sentence, like you said, Tom, but
Hello.
certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong performance from GenG. Lakia leading the charge, and plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that PaperX have got something special planned on their attack, because this was a really, really rough scenario for them to have to fight back from.
Serem. Tegang. Itu musiknya chill banget ya. Dengerin lah.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이렇게 된 기분이 다음 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karen might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
먼치킨 선수가 젠지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임 스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저희 목표를 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 자신감은 되게 넘치고 있는 미드이고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과
Well, it was third time lucky for GenG last time facing off against PaperX. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you. Now it's time for GenG to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. PaperX, their attack side's about to be put to the test, and the big thing to write home about last time was something diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with PaperX. In he goes! Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is perfect. Snake Bite's even better. And with 1 HP, Lakia doesn't stand a chance. The rest of the squad comes in to save him, but they've ended up falling to a 3 versus 1 with Meteor left standing and his back wide open. That's a mistake! And it almost
Main freak. Ngapain sih Aaron? Geter banget.
At the end, it looked like there was a realm where Meteor managed to turn that back. Even still, though, it is the pistol round for PaperX, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is, firstly, you're going to have that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round.
Main freak pensiun, main
Whether
freak.
Yoru's there or not.
9, geblek banget.
There's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner. Munyet, though, able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell to a snake bite after being... Oh! What is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with the gall or the gumption to do such a thing. Karen, 1 versus 2. A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends, though, because PaperX, that's the thing. The blitz plays of PaperX have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash, to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these duels, For now, at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had, and, well, there you have it.
Keren lagi, tajam lagi.
Yeah, we've got a Bulldog
Kita
to
lihat.
play with 100 HP. A Paranoia still online, both smokes. Timing is key, and they swung him together. That's a 3-2-1, perfectly on cue. They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So, few kind of random engagements that ended up, well, rocking the boat a little bit for PaperX. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those alls to be going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Bladestorm, even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from PaperX has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits, so for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for GenG.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in vent, this is an uncouth hole. 2 players and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head.
Apa nggak dibom aja sih?
Lakia signed, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heal up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up in fighting form, and in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for PaperX. Tagged up a little on a ranged fight, and what an adjustment from Munchkin. Clinical, as now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP, entering the site. They don't even know the Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form, as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about, can he do any semblance of damage? As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. Well, it's not even needed.
Timing banget, palanya lewat.
And GenG will extend their lead.
5 players alive, you know, it's a little scary because it feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, GenG haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, PaperX attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and PaperX now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but not doing exactly what they intended.
It's not going to cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I say almost. They've ended up with 3. This is exactly what PaperX does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now, though, you look towards the players of GenG. In this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well, although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture, but it's both shots landed by Mindfreak. He's been quiet so far, but popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
Well, this is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then GenG ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving onto site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff.
Yo, Aaron, bangun!
Didn't get much better than that. It was even a
Jangan
classic
bodoh
jumping
mulu.
around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how close PaperX have managed to bring this. Going onto their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karan's reposition. It's Sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with
We talk about picking this player out of ranked. He's put the rank play into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by PaperX as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if GenG picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door.
Tegang coy. Udah mulai belum sih? Oh, udah.
As another is found,
Sorry.
falls, 2 rifles still
Tidak
in play.
ngeh.
Seekers still in play, and a few flashes here and
Let's
there.
go.
One, in fact, just on Devi. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's
Come on,
position
Yep.
that might get
Let's
them
go.
something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal.
Ow!
Oh, he's being put down. And for PaperX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mind Freak, the last man standing, 1v3. And Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally just
We saw.
because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview.
Biasaan Aaron
He
nak
believes
pisau.
that, like, playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. And you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play. And that's why GenG have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PaperX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site. And it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for PaperX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. It's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but GenG have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of PaperX, as Heaven could now be theirs. GenG might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be big! He actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown, surely, from Meteor!
Serem banget Meteor anjay.
12-7. This map looking over. As you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, Mitch? They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates, only the Blade Storm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, GenG have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, he put down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is, they underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Munya goes bouncing past him. Now, there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
Okay, there it is. The start of the way back for this squad. They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. GenG are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. And they've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, GenG are finally seeing some negative economic state. Oh no, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of PaperX's early fight. This squad's gonna have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might just about win 2 duels. A little bit dangerous, spamming. And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for GenG. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
I mean, that cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of PaperX's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main, holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now, this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down. GenG have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside the pit. And what a mistake that was. Welcome to his world with Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to go.
15 seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Tom, but this would be exceptional.
Time.
Good luck to you and good night.
Yeah, it just...
Waduh, terbanti-banti guys. Pusing dah kayak gini dah. Gaswat. Ente. Teng. Wah, gokil sih. PRX, ayo dong, masa kalah tidak. Main freaknya kacau sih. Wih, Omen. Harinya Omen, Kak Manis. Can we get Alex Cam? Kayaknya sih GenG sih. VtuberID udah ketebak parah sama GenG cuy permainannya. Next match is yours, PRX. Anjay. Let's go. Bisa nggak ya? Gue ragu jadi. Dengan performa main freak yang kayak tadi. Ampas banget main freak tuh. Monyetnya udah bangun, main freaknya tetap turu. Selalu turu. Pusing jadinya coy.
페이퍼렉스가 진짜 많이 공격적인 팀이다 보니까 피지컬을 앞세워서 게임을 많이 하는데 저희 또한 피지컬이 지지 않는다는 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 하고 있고요. 그런 게 좀 잘 되는 것 같아요. 네, 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요 지금.
Of course, PaperX infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like GenG players can match up to their firepower as well, and I feel like we're shooting more heads too today. So we just came into this matchup with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. Don't be afraid to take those fights. Don't give them too much respect, and I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good for GenG, so thank you very much. Let's see if they can close it out.
But it's not just a good day, they've had a great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and
Sulit sepertinya. Bubar ini mah PRX coy. GenG nih. Finalnya GenG nih. Tahunnya GenG nih. Tahunnya GenG. Gue mau ke Battlefront, digangguin orang nggak ya? Itu crosshair-nya ngeselin sih, monyet sih. Tidur kan? Kok tidur? Kenapa tidur? Oh, lagi nonton Grand Final. Grand Final, semifinal. Monyet. Dah. Nguap emang berarti ngantuk. Ayo dong Alek, kita dengar kata-kata Alek.
Once a side switch and PaperX contact, you got some of them.
Alek,
You know that the team is a very momentum heavy based team. So what
bisa nggak Lek? Menangin Lek. Ah, payah kau Lek.
that push in order to, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, then we can just snowball.
And I guess calm down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
Yes, so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves and get back to
Ayo, let's go. Map 2. Map 2 apa sih? Sunset apa Lotus? Oh, Lotus. Woo! Meteor pakainya Killjoy. Ini pakai Cypher. Monyet Race, Something Jet, Sky Davai. Main freaknya harus hidup sih. Smokernya mati mah bubar coy. Map winnya 80% loh GenG. PRX cuma 25%. Lalalala. Agak sulit ya bro. Apakah tamat di sini guys PRX guys? Waktunya kalah. Waktunya PRX kalah kan manis. Let's go. This is time for racing. Pleasure. Let's go.
Because they had a similar to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start though from GenG. Oh, okay. They had that three-man push initially.
Let's go.
Bisa. Around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already, but the rest are rotating into the right spot. The read is good from the side of GenG as they move to the A site. Here comes PaperX diving.
Let's go, Monyet.
Quicker
Oh!
than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Wins! What a knife to a knife fight. 3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. Well, PaperX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions. what was that, 5v3? As they get into the site, they get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from GenG. You always have to look at PaperX.
Kacau. Udah bukan timingnya PaperX nih guys. Udah busuk banget.
And again, we're going to see the same proactive approach from the defense, constantly looking to garner extra control. And PaperX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to dive. You can tell that as soon as Munyet picks up this agent, and well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for GenG. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner.
Spike planted.
With that sees, it's keeping him in position. It's only deducted about 10 HP or so because he was so low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles where PaperX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot. Good. Follow up.
Whoa.
Clean house for GenG.
Cepet banget. Tang tang.
Yeah, could have been much worse. Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Texture as well as one off a showstopper going into round number 3. So especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult for challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an aid push, an opportunity to find something there. Well, this is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and he's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're GenG, and a little bit of texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it.
Malah di inian balik kan.
Lucky has dropped.
Di spam balik.
The spams heals for most players. Divide the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. Though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Divide. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing. The same thing there, exactly. Clean trades for PaperX.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Apa sih something?
Not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mindfreak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets PaperX the kill and the round. But at what cost?
Everything.
Aduh. Hancur tapi ekonominya.
Just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smack talking, and well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
Wow. Round 4. And there's going to be a real challenge for this attacking side. Weakness is already seen. A chance for GenG to shut down the way back through for PaperX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with GenG having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series, I'm worried for PaperX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape and for Munchkin to round the corner. No one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, they don't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost manages to catch one. Even still, though, for GenG, this is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going from bad to worse for PaperX. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tab will definitely help them out, but it's no Odin just going through. Too many bullets to dodge there. But GenG, they break back immediately.
Bahaya bro, sulit ini.
them losing all their players. It's going to hurt now.
Yes, yes, it absolutely is. Now you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only 1 found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on PaperX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone
Alek udah pusing.
the teammate, they get shot in the back.
Alek
Because that's the exact
pusing.
timing that GenG go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff, 3-1. Odin being kept through, Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PaperX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've
dangerous.
already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karon aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karon is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can leave those spots open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkin. It's a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for PaperX here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but GenG off to a flying start with it yet again.
Yeah.
It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for
Pusing,
PaperX.
coy, pusing.
They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when GenG don't have money.
Yep.
We'll just save time.
Yep. Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause though coming out from PaperX because this has been rough.
Payah nih PaperX nih, udah waktunya turun nih PaperX nih. Aduh. Pusing guys, pusing. Pusing.
Wouldn't want to face up against those teams.
Kalah
right
bandar
now.
nih, kalah bandar guys.
Here we go though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea again, using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on GenG, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with a return from PaperX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game. With Mindfreak
please
down,
lah.
45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. PaperX losing out on another. They had a good
Mindfreak. Itu kepala kelihatan loh.
every gap that GenG were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. PaperX had someone to take the third. This time though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammate's still rotating. Like he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. That was again another big round for PaperX. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now, well, Bladestorm is really all we could talk about, and they're still ready for his initial play. Almost goes down. but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, the thing is that's sending them elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think when Yet on the previous map was thrown at a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't the round for it. Your Blade Storm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it. At least trading out the first. Karan, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily, because Karan was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into the 6-1 for GenG, and 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, PaperX have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but GenG are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again,
gampang sih counter PaperX tuh.
Finances are in their favor.
Terlalu ketebak.
There's at least a lot coming online in this round for the side of PaperX. Counter operator going to be invested into on something. He has had a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Munye.
We see the idea as well. We see the aggression. We try to take space elsewhere. They died on A because GenG are getting aggressive, giving PaperX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PaperX, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft. If they can even drop a button.
Mati something.
And they cannot. Wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down. And he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least. Will make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Meteor again pulls to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but GenG continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know, yeah, second pause is going to be called for PaperX. At this point, I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, GenG have won, played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
Timeout kedua dong. Wah, udahlah bubar aja itu. Bubar. Udah nggak bisa PRX ini.
Lawannya ini.
Udah kebaca semua sama GenG tuh. Kan dia main di apak juga bareng. Strateginya nggak berubah. Ya sudah. Dicak-acak udah.
Ya. Mejanya jadi korban lagi dong.
Udah remuk lagi. Udah bingung, Alex juga udah bingung, udah nggak ngomong. Sampai nggak ngomong lagi. Timeout-nya nggak ngomong. Udah pusing.
Udah pusing ya, iyalah.
Apa-apa ke counter terus cuy tadi. Strateginya.
Oh iya.
Di counter terus.
Map pertama split 13-8.
Split juga dibantai.
Udah
berapa round nggak bisa ngebalik.
Oh, are they rubbled? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
They're everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're playing
from
behind.
Push B? It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly
di counter balik langsung cepet banget.
To the side of PaperX, Forsaken trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight
to
the seaside once that door is
yang lagi busuk banget. Ya, ada orang itu di belakang. Oh, kena nih sama Texture.
And there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though,
Manfred lagi busuk banget cuy.
Instead, sitting
38
down,
dulu.
Op in hand, 16 HP,
Udah lah.
turned to
Panik nih.
0.
Mindfreak
Nice
panik
shot
nih.
with the
Tuh kan.
operator as Mind Freak now is a nade.
Padahal dia main di situ,
Safe.
nggak ketahuan
Got
itu.
the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That could make it win a but textures.
Ngintip-ngintip mulu.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like,
Lu tinggal nungguin Munchkin dulu lewat, baru.
negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like,
Wow.
alright, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for GenG. 8-1, Tom. Yeah, I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2 at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps are close. It looks like GenG have leveled up, and for PRX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the
Ini game
difference
pertama
between
apa
these
game
two
kedua?
is not the same
Kedua lah.
we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. GenG
ada
don't
match
need them.
satu lagi nggak
That's
di sini?
actually the
Nggak
point
ada.
we're in.
Udah langsung
They don't
kalah.
need the ults. They're just
Kan
winning
finalnya
rounds
tanggal 24.
anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the
Ulang
economy a
dong,
little bit. Here
ulang.
comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no
Bye.
way he survives that.
Bubar, bubar.
Oh, something.
It's a little messy.
Bye.
It's giving PaperX a
Itu
chance.
nggak di planting.
They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia dropped, leaves Munchkin.
Munchkinnya lagi naik loh ini.
If he wins
Berbahaya
this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount
Oh,
of
kan?
HP, and they've lost Mind Freak.
Lagi naik
It's
ini.
It's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. The swing is good.
Untung.
And the double peak wins the day. 8-2. Deja vu for PaperX. And, well, GenG got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they used 3 ultimates there.
Skinnya lagi gila
That's
aimnya.
what I mean.
Serem.
They lose their rounds, they use the ults.
Apa ya,
That's the
Pak?
weird thing about
Komentatornya
it.
bilang, tolong jangan
And again, a lot of this
di-
just came down to that's
Kalau
really
kalau sampai bisa lagi katanya gue lepas headset.
The fact is they did peak. Munchkin
Dari tadi dia nge-clutch
first player
mulu,
peak,
Munchkin.
died.
1v4.
Second dinked, and it's only
Gila.
finally they repositioned. I think we would have needed a new desk completely for Alex if they managed to lose that round, but it's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from GenG. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect.
Pas
Yeah,
banget
well,
depan
I mean, you
muka.
can call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PaperX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow
Sampe.
him to set up something's going to try and get
Please.
aggressive, but
Jangan gila.
managed to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back
Mindfreak
might have
mati
actually
sih.
caught
Gak
Munchkin.
jelas itu dia
So he's going to
mainnya.
actually reposition through B instead. Move away from
Oh no!
Position's open. I think it's because Divide's having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammate's got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage,
spam.
and now it's all on to Divide with
Oh,
a
no.
operator.
Oh, no.
First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy.
Nice! Udah menang.
There's no time left. Finally, PaperX. The miracle rounds we've seen from them. But
Untung di
everybody
skip
will go down with
Munchkin.
the ship.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PaperX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They went both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, GenG come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but
Teksturnya tetap
As long as
OP
they're
dong.
getting the round,
Ah,
I don't
for
think they're
second
gonna
mati
mind
sini.
too much. This battle is now changed.
Please Jason
It was
no.
previously Karon being solo. And
Jelas
now it's
banget tuh
Texture
tangannya.
And his operator.
Soalnya dia OP kan, lebih nge-scope.
Iya, lebih nge-scope. Pasti lebih kelihatan.
Looks like they're gonna go
Absen
back
ini mah.
into it. Is there a flash? Is there anything? No. No,
Kenapa nggak wide swing aja sih, udah tau OP.
Players up top looking to trade,
Ngintipnya
but
pelan-pelan.
Texture's out of the angle too quickly. PRX have given him another shot, and it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset though with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no
Alah.
this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging for an 8-4 half. It looks like PRX have finally woken up. They've found some punch to be packed. Let's see. Meteor's on his way in. Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played.
Ini Munchkin Meteor nih gila nih.
Force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit.
Dah.
That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with though. That could help out keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's
Oh, nice.
PRX
Untung kena
8-4
Munchkin.
at the halftime. They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
Gokil, gokil. Tuh, tangannya kelihatan tuh. jelas, jelas banget itu mah, scope juga kelihatan, gila. Si Jason masih nge-pick aja udah tau OP. Bisa nggak nih? Aduh.
Tahu nih, aduh.
Aduh, masalahnya waktu di yang match sebelumnya pun Lotus kalah kan dia. Lagi map 1 kenapa milih split dah? PRX.
Split dia yang milih. Sebelum lawan GenG berarti ini kan si KC kan?
Iya, KC. Menang kemarin-kemarin. Soalnya KC pasti kaget sama serangannya PRX kan belum pernah ketemu. Kalau ini mah ya udah kebaca total coy. Gerakannya sama. PRX tuh jeleknya PRX gitu. Sama terus. Strat nyerangnya sama terus.
Berhasil ya udah jalan ya.
Iya. Ini udah tahu satu region ya, udah ketebak banget. Mana juara 1 kan, GenG lagi juara 1. Udah terbukti di finalnya tuh kebaca abis cuy. PRX. Gak belajar gitu dari musuh-musuhnya gitu. Misalkan di map ini ketika mereka kebantai itu gimana strateginya gitu. Padahal pakai strateginya KC juga bagus loh itu. Kan sama kan W Gaming juga tuh si Minibunya. Bisa diikutin aja. Yang lainnya tetap kontrol, Minibunya aja gersas-gersak gerusuk.
Minibu bukannya TH.
TH ya terakhir TH berarti. Iya.
Enggak, TH dulu baru KC.
Yang pas TH justru ada perlawanan, KC dibantai kan. Iya.
Kebalik dong.
TH itu 2-1 kan menangnya. Bukannya KC 2-0 ya? Apa kebalik?
Sama deh kayaknya 2-1.
Sama-sama 2-1 ya?
Iya.
Aduh, main freak.
Kenapa sih main freak? Ya Allah.
Jelas.
Even the numbers in their favor, something needs to do a little bit more.
Pala. Oh, nice.
There's the follow up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PRX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit of a chance. Something though delivers. Okay, he's up top and not
Oh, nice.
easy. That's a 3K for something.
Clear. Tapi tetap aja mati 3 lah.
Just him having confidence.
Tegang
You look at some of
tegang.
the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but That's always been his playstyle. Even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands.
udah nggak mau ekspresi lebih lagi deh. Masih kalah.
For the majority of the matches we've seen,
Alek udah nyerah gitu, udah hopeless gitu.
GenG been much more consistent on their attack.
Ya udahlah selalu pada lah, lu main gimana lah katanya. Udah males juga deh.
Ini pas lawan TH kan juga gitu, udah terserah lu orang.
Very little to play with for
Alex
GenG,
sampai
even if they drop
ngomong-ngomong
something. He's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error is already being reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of PaperX. But on the defense, they can keep distance. And with the buy that GenG have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Yeah, Defiant will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Munyet. Jump peek, giving the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good round from PaperX as they manage to bring things again back within 2. But the fact is, it has been the buy rounds where GenG truly have been a level above.
Well, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here one operator and potentially have a Blade Storm. Even if they
kenapa dah pengen OP mulu.
Consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Munyet. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow he gets out unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now the cross has already happened, so something now in a pretty deadly position. And honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get 1.
Well, here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the GenG as they lose a player right off rip. And it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just for something. Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Devi, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage. And Devi walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might. Oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter because Munyet's there to catch him when he falls. 8-7. And now this gets me excited for PaperX. That round puts them way back in contention because GenG got an eco.
Yeah,
let's go, come back.
The initial spot that there was at least 1 player lurking. They know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19-10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
I don't mind this from GenG. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PaperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds Texture.
Let's go!
That's a big part of this cake. They try to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead, they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3. Meteor's good position has been noted. As we said earlier, they know that trap was broken.
Itu Devi nungguin gitu, coy. Main freak yang mati nih.
For Mind Freak, waiting for the plant to come through while Munyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, PaperX haven't made a move.
Dapat OP lagi
Why
Meteor.
haven't they?
Meteor ngeri juga
They're
ini.
not trying to fight for any bit of
Sentinel
control.
ini dia.
And that's not something they'll find an answer to.
Well,
until
is
they plant
dia
the
itu
spike.
sebenarnya.
It looks like because they've spotted players near B, and they're worried about their spawn, they're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect.
Lu lihat orang gila.
He does it Meteor's gonna
Gila.
confirm.
Udah gue bilang bukan sentinel dia.
I'm always looking like a round firmly. in
Dia
the
itu
hands of
duelis.
falls to one man.
Astaga.
One man with one big gun and one medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with GenG 9-7 and claiming that round. PaperX have weaknesses. An operator in the hand of something.
Look at where he is.
Gila, itu something ngapain di
It's not
situ?
really an opping angle normally, is it?
Ya, kena dah.
Oh, nice flash. That's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin, oh, the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the showstopper is again just. Oh, I
Oh, no!
nice, but if he fires it out close, no! He doesn't put the trigger, and now he realizes his mistake as the dive comes in from PaperX. They've got a lot to work with.
The old Stoke should be, well, in theory, forcing them back.
Whoa.
It hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive. Made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least. So they're going to have to respect it and just fall back.
Ooh, Munchkin.
Munchkin still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages
Ooh!
to almost onto the second.
Oh, Munchkin-nya untung
back and
mati.
forth so far in this second half, and they close the gap once again to just one round.
OP-nya something di mana?
Well, that's the response and
Lah, nggak
resurgence we
diambil.
wanted to see.
Kocak.
This game, this map, and indeed this
He
series
would
is
have
hanging on
killed
a knife's
something if
edge.
he just...
Itu timing banget sih anjir. Kalau ditembak di situ bubar itu dua orang.
I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for PaperX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen GenG win low by rounds.
Okay.
Closing the round.
Okay.
Just a second.
Okay.
They miss it as we're 9-9.
Yeah, they have somehow made this comeback happen. 5-1 in this second half after what was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they
Itu
went
pala
3 rounds in a
kelihatan
row.
gitu doang kena anjir.
Iya, anjir.
You think it, you don't really think at the
Di
time
tengah-tengah
the second half is
asap.
still great, but it seemed like
Gila
GenG
sih.
just
Langsung
let the
ngerekakin
foot off the
anjir.
gas.
Iyalah.
A few big plays coming out.
Orang expect-nya tuh dia bakal ngeker ke si Omen yang TP kan tadi udah ngeliat dia.
You were mentioning it, the distance between
Ada
Dukung
pala
and everybody
Viper
else was a
kena,
lot.
anjir.
Well,
Gila
something has been
banget.
closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mindfreak.
Aduh, main freak lagi-lagi kebodohan yang sama.
Karen was trained in on that with Texture finding a field day. 2 HP left on
Nggak
Divine.
bisa,
He'll
kalah.
find it hard to get any impact from this point. A stray bullet enough to take him down. But he's caught Karen off guard. The flash covers his
Ayo nunggu yang lain, nunggu yang lain,
No
nunggu
more
yang lain.
flashes and they don't reach in anymore. But an opportunity still.
No.
No.
Gak apa-apa, di low.
2 versus 3 though.
Aduh.
Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's
Meteornya
there.
tajam banget,
Defend.
cuy.
Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. They just fall back to enable the reload.
Nggak mungkin sih.
Never mind, he's just looking to
Itu
reposition completely.
kelihatan palanya.
I think they know exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle.
Let's go, let's go.
Bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot one, but he's now just out to the
Aduh.
classic, and it's a classic v classic. Black is about to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close, and it's a back and forth once again.
Kampret. Tipis
Really is
banget,
like
bro.
a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PaperX, an immediate answer back by GenG, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped
Panas.
outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. GenG, they've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. GenG could be on the home stretch very, very soon.
Ayo, jangan sampai
In
kecek.
that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for one and damage on Texture.
Uh.
Those could be
Tapi masih ada. Oh, nggak ada. Kirain ada healer.
as PaperX look to move back through. So many players
Monyet.
one extremely low
Dar.
in the corner. It's the rock
Nice.
to find him.
Yeah, that's the thing though, that trade's alright. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates
Tungguin anjir sama
a
Meteor.
bit further behind. No flash available for Device, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle.
Alah.
Falls. Gen
Udah lah, udah.
and the major one here for
Sulit.
PaperX. They don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
The beginning of the end.
It feels that way, Tom. 2-round cap. GenG in this series have just been miles ahead when it came to these rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13-8, to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong score line, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And PaperX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a second blade.
Ngapain
Don't
something?
even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down.
Wow,
so too
udah
is
bubar.
Devi, and they're ready for
Wow,
another
udah
player
bubar.
close. There seems to be nothing that PaperX can do to surprise this GenG roster in the last few rounds.
Udah Sentinel lah, mendingan nonton Sentinel lah.
Iya, nonton Sentinel.
They have to be feeling the
Aduh.
crushing weight of this series. The lower
Udah ada
bracket is
perkembangan,
beckoning
ya.
them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like GenG have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these
Dar.
post runs, that's where GenG have looked their most fearsome.
Bye-bye.
From last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players brought back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into a GenG roster that's now playing for a
GenG rata loh, ngekill
win this match.
PaperX timpal banget.
Surprising. And now
Something monyet doang yang hidup. Forsaken gara-gara Sentinel
to
aja.
try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before.
Main freak turu.
Take themselves to a international victory.
2 digit juga kagak main freak.
PaperX are not dead
GenG semuanya 14 minimal anjir.
till you stamp them out.
Kelihatan aimnya siapa yang lagi menyala.
The path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in the third map. A lot of win conditions. For GenG, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. PaperX don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones. Whereas the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was
Monyet
the
kiri.
defenders, but it's covering Monyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push
Gila,
is
Meteor
stopped as
tajam
well.
banget.
3
Pusing
players
kepala
left
gua
for
ngeliatnya.
PaperX, and it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall won't evade it. He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information. The
Ih, keren lu.
step is
Kabelnya nggak kena lu.
of an advantage.
Nggak ngikut si Mindfreak lu kabelnya.
Oh, it's something down.
Okay.
And Devi, very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the
Temennya
right.
masalahnya Mindfreak,
Wants to move
cok.
towards that singular door. For this, Devi needs to buy
bisa
some time. He
apa-apa
still has a flash to
ini.
play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out
Dapat
this corridor. Devi's even won the fight. The smoke is down.
Davainya mah
Chance
oke.
If Mindfreak can
Gua
make it
percaya
to
kalau
Devi, if
Davai.
they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time
Tuh
now
lihat
very
Mindfreak
low.
kagak ngecek
And
ke
with
kiri.
2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Devi just dodges that siege, but Mindfreak down. The time now.
Udah dimainin
Not
doang.
to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's
It's
no
done.
chance.
It's
There's
done.
no
Dah.
chance whatsoever. He had to
Bubar,
see it.
PRX
Knows
bubar.
that Short of a big misplay, it
Pulang,
was never
pulang,
swinging the other way.
pulang.
Pulang. Aduh, pusing.
Showing from the side of GenG as they take victory over
Percaya gue mah sama Davai, Mindfreaknya nggak percaya. Sulit main freak. Kenapa dah kagak berubah anjir.
Selalu. ADG lawan ADG begitu.
Parah cuy, main freak doang cuy yang nggak nyala. Monyet aja segitu udah dibully langsung nyala dia.
Iya, di taunting sama TH
Langsung bangun dia. Main freak doang kagak ada perubahannya, gila. Pusing ngelihatnya dah. Final nih, GenG final. GenG menunggu di final.
Kita lihat lawannya siapa.
Sentinel sama Loud masih imbang sih.
Iya, makanya kita lihat.
Lebih seru nonton ini sih gua. Tahun apa dah, VRX hancur banget. Timingnya buruk. Iya. Jo, sini Jo, daripada lu main lethal dengan Nobar sini kalah nih PRX nih.
Oh, hijau main lethal.
Hijau ditagih lethal.
Lemau.
Gue baru juga bangun. Ya udah Nobar sini. Dicariin lu Jo sama Sirin. Diteleponin. PRX bubar.
Sedih.
Sirin kemarin lupa ngasih tahu jamnya ya sudahlah ya. Jadi gue turun brutal. Ayolah VRX susah. Emang susah. Jaga warung Madura udah bikin jadwal lagi si Ijo. Alek aja udah nggak mau berkata apa-apa lagi, Jo. Udah males dia, Jo. Ngasih komennya udah kagak.
Udah diam dia.
Gue ngelihat dia itu aja apa namanya? Pas time out tadi, anjir kagak ngomong dia. Diem doang udah nutup mulut gitu. Dia selalu udah lu pada ngomong dah. IGL aja deh yang ngomong dah, gue nggak mau ngomong kayak gitu deh. Mejanya terselamatkan. Lagi sabar sih Jo, tapi dia udah benar-benar diem aja, udah nggak mau ngapa-ngapain, nggak mau gebrak-gebrak meja lagi udah.
Itu udah sakit emosinya terus.
Udah.
Capek lah gua gebrak meja juga percuma anjir.
Udah kayak udah nggak ada harapan, itu udah hopeless gitu si Alek juga kayak. Mau ngapain lagi gua ngabis-ngabisin meja di sini katanya. Kebaca total semuanya loh, nyerang ke sini kebaca, nyerang ke sana kebaca, pusing dia. Gila sih memang GenG nih.
Dia malah mau jaga warung sambil nonton.
Iya. Emang kalau habis kalah dari match ini gimana? Udah. Rebutan 3-4 gak sih? Lupa gue. Kayaknya sih di jadwalnya ada 3-4 sih. 3-4-nya juga paling buat nentuin kualifikasi atau langsung lolos ke next Masters. Bukan Master, yang ini mah di Swiss kan ya? Iya nggak sih? Nextnya tuh lupa gue.
Next tournya.
Di Agustus tuh Kan ini Swiss kan? Terus nanti yang championsnya di lupa lagi gue.
Ahora, mientras más vemos GenG, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en estos playoffs. The more that we get to see GenG, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around closing it in a 2-0. Do you find yourself to be one of those teams that is able to be better under pressure compared to the other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데
Seru nih Sentinel lawan Loud nih.
Ini banget, greget banget. Sentinel lagi naik-naiknya, Loud lagi mencoba mempertahankan kan.
그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
Tahankan juara bertahan.
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 사실 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이
2-0 tanpa balas gini PRX gila juga.
그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
Cepetan kalahnya, orang jadwal nextnya jam 1. Sentinel versus Lot di jadwalnya jam 1. Cepetan bro.
Di jam 1. Iya. Terus besok ini ya, finalnya.
Tapi kok Sabtu masih ada jadwal sih dia? TBD.
Makanya.
TBD versus PRX sih.
Harusnya PRX dulu nggak sih?
Kok aneh ya jadwal ya?
Nggak tahu.
Gimana sih ngacaknya? Kan ini kan 22 Maret nih Sentinel versus Loud. Terus kok TBD versus oke ketuker dah ini.
Terus bracketnya juga aneh.
Iya, bracketnya tuh aneh banget kayak pengaturan gitu loh. Anjir.
Iya.
Kesel banget ngelihatnya. Ini sengaja banget diadu. Ini kan sama-sama ini kan. Apa? Apak sama NA kan? Sentinel sama Lot barengan kan? Juara 1 juara 2-nya.
Iya.
Ini apakah juga juara 1 juara 2-nya? Kayak sengaja banget nggak mau all region finals gitu loh.
Tuh. Ini PRX masuk ke lower bracket.
Ih, buat apa lagi ya? Udah tinggal
Kocak.
terus ya nggak ngerti lah gua mainnya gimana ini anjir.
Bracket VCT Master aneh.
Aneh cuy.
Aneh banget.
Terus jadi ini PRX nanti bakal diadu lagi gitu sama yang kalah Loud sama Sentinel gitu.
Harusnya iya, itu buat nyari yang ketiga. Tapi ini di mana bracketnya
ada lagi kan? Maksud gua kayak
bracket final.
Finalnya tuh beda lagi tuh nggak lu?
Iya, kocak.
Aneh banget.
Lebih kayak second buy gak sih?
Makanya.
Jadi misalkan gini deh, Loud kalah nih.
Ya, terus kan ntar Sentinel lawan PRX. Loud sama PRX gitu kan? Misalkan.
Terus GenG lawan Sentinel.
Terus nanti pemenang GenG Sentinel diadu sama pemenang PRX Loud gitu.
Iya.
Aduh, nggak ngerti lah gua. Masa gitu? Percuma dong ini janjinya. Udah kayak gini anjir.
Ya makanya
kayak sia-sia gitu. Ibaratnya
kayaknya iya deh begitu deh. Kalau dia sistem bracketnya begini kayaknya iya deh begitu. Jadi misalkan kayak Sentinel kalah nih lawan GenG nih, turun ke bawah. Nanti kalau Sentinel menang ntar ketemu lagi GenG lawan Sentinel lagi. Jadi kocak ini playoffnya, bracketnya.
Aneh banget. Pengaturan nih.
Iya nih, pengaturan nih.
Ya feeling gue sih gitu. Nanti kayaknya all finalsnya tetap Sentinel Loud deh.
Iya kayaknya sih gitu deh.
Ya tetap finalsnya tetap Sentinel laut deh. Anjir.
Apaan ini?
Kacau sih. Aduh. Aneh banget tapi mereka tuh. Kayak nggak rela banget apak juara anjir. Belum pernah sih, memang belum pernah juara siapa. Tapi GenG bisa sih. Bisa mendobrak sih. Karena dia kan bener-bener baru datang kan, dan belum ada yang pernah ketemu sebelumnya gitu, tim-tim Eropa atau Amerika pun. Makanya bisa ngelawan laut, bisa ngalahin laut juga kan dia. Kaget juga gitu, daya gedornya kaget juga anjir. Meteor yang Sentinel setajam itu. Aduh. Itu meteor gila sih.
Laut kalah sekali loh, anjir.
Iya makanya bisa numbangin laut loh.
Masalahnya tuh matchnya tuh 2-0, 2-0. Anjir.
Bener. Gue bilang anjir GenG ngeri coy. Di awal juara apak aja udah anjir, serem banget nih. Makanya sebenarnya emang apa peluangnya tuh memang ada di si KC, TH gitu-gitu sebenarnya. Cuman apesnya ketemu PRX aja. Dalam PRX kalau ketemu tim baru, wah udah seneng dia. Karena strateginya nggak kebaca kan?
Iya, nggak pernah ketemu juga.
Iya, belum pernah ketemu semua itu TH sama KC kan. Ketemunya semua diaduin sama PRX. Kayak sengaja gitu tau gak lo anjir. Aduh.
Ada apa ya?
Dipercepat. Wah langsung berasa keluar si Tens lagi makan tuh, makan gorengan. Cepetin 2 menit. Aslinya jadwalnya jam 1. Sekarang baru jam 12. Cepetan sejam. Si hijau udah streaming.
Parah.
Sekolah birin sih bisa sih.
Bisa banget sih.
Gak usah dengerin dah kalau misalnya kamu nggak kuat, suruh mereka ngenet dulu aja baru kamu ini.
Kalau nggak kuat ditemenin sama Rin.
Nggak belum punya aku.
Ditemenin sama Ijo.
Ape.
Sebelah birin hijau tuh.
Kan itu udah punya kalau dia kalau sekolah kirim. Install Valorant lah Del. Pas lagi tidur. Valorant. Sambung pamali. Aduh Bang Syafiq, enggak lah. Oh, udah
Salah ya.
Ya, kalah. Wah bener ya, aku baru sadar semua horor ya, aku bisa jatuh cinta hehehe. Ayo gimana tuh Dela, apakah kamu bakalan game horor nextnya?
Oh, enggak lah, jangan gitu lah.
Ini bentar lagi start nih.
Iya.
Betul.
Bentar lagi.
Dijadwalin jam 1.
Percepat. Ya paling persiapan baru mulai 12:30 lah ini.
Iya palingnya sih.
Kan baru dijemput nih ibaratnya nih dari hotel. Naik bis itu. Biasanya kan gitu. Ke hotelnya paling ya berapa langkah dari sono. Cuman tetap naik mobil. Oh, udah yang udah nyampe.
Belum, ini masih video.
Itu video ya. Kirain
iya.
Oh, main MBR Ember.
Ya Allah, itu Killjoy lanang anjir.
Killjoy lanang.
Gak ngaruh. Kamu juga tahu kan Bang Sobi. Aku takut gara-gara lah. Kenapa
Lag. Kayaknya yang split harus di ini lagi tuh. Mapik PRX lag.
Ya sudah. Sekali lagi terima kasih teman-teman. Jangan
Tuh.
lupa main bareng.
Road to playoff. Players 9 map, 3 matches.
Hitung ramalannya ada.
Loud 3 matches, GenG 2 matches. Sentinel 2.
Sentinel 2 match.
Gimana dah?
Mental atau mental?
Gimana?
Kenapa mapnya cuma 5 anjir Sentinel?
Mental nah.
Apa aneh? Bingung nih sistem drawingnya.
Iya kan? Bingung? Aneh
Banget.
nggak jelas.
Begitu PRX paling tinggi gitu di atas kan? Aneh banget.
Jangan diem nanti kesambet. Ntar berantem sapa menyapanya. Sabar kocak. Halo semuanya. Apa kabar? Tadi seharusnya aku collab lethal, cuman akunya ketiduran.
Ya sudah
Sudah kudagu. Tadi balik gawe nyalain PC apa ke kasur ya? Kok ke kasur menarik? Selimutan terus udah turu deh.
Apanya? Udah turun deh.
Aku. Ternyata
Ini pelatih Sentinel.
Surya 16-nya udah ada, Kak. Aduh, belum dapat izinnya di sini ketat nih penjagaannya. Ntar dulu ya, nego-nego sama Pak RT sini bentar.
seseorang ada yang di stripnya hijau bisa untuk memberikan 25 hijau daun.
Enggak ada. Dikirain HP gitu.
Aku mau ngajak hijau untuk horor lagi.
Ya, kenapa gak kamu aja yang donate?
Oh yaudah deh, bener.
Enggak. Nabung. Ingat mau upgrade apa, Gris? Mau upgrade apa di PC?
Oh, Loud udah masuk.
Enggak, ada lagi.
Katanya
Aku udah masuk ya?
Udah.
Prosesor.
Iya,
Oh, iya.
tuh.
Iya, itu udah ini.
Sentinel juga udah ada. Zekin lagi naik banget nih Zekin.
Upgrade aja udah. Upgrade aja terus. Non-stop.
Ente iya nih ente banget PRX nih. Aduh. Gimana nih?
Udah. Nggak usah donat ya.
Monitor kan gitu kan.
Thank you ya.
Iya. Thank you. Bye bye. Aku bersama Dela sebanyak 10 menit untuk closing.
Soalnya dia tadi ini kan apa namanya DC.
Karena gak usah ngompor deh.
Itu salah satunya dia gak bisa ini apa streaming gitu.
Streaming.
Gak sampai 2.
Orang ngomporin
Gak
apa
sampai
nih?
5 Mbps, 2 Mbps, sampai 3 gitu.
Siapa yang kita siapkan?
Cuman main game offline doang sih.
Terus di record juga gitu. Nggak kebayang dah itu nge-record mortuary assistant ngedit berkali-kali tuh gimana, kuat juga ya Dela ya.
Apa sih?
Issues they showed in the kickoff event where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses.
Di sini kalian semua suaranya gede.
Their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up quick in their last game. Looked so much better than the rest of the season thus thus far. This is allowed. It always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments.
Sekarang gue udah bisa tarik-tarik ya, udah nggak usah
butuh kunci.
Udah.
They've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breacher. That obviously Buster
Iya ya, aneh
Aku
gitu ya
tahu
anjir.
suka berkunjung terus nih. Misi
Upper final
Gak suka sama
GenG
sendiri.
lawan di antara Sentinel Loud. Lower final. Jadi gitu ya. Nanti GenG lawan siapa yang yang di antara GenG misalkan GenG Sentinel turun lagi ke bawah tuh, diadu lagi.
Iya, diadu lagi.
Astaga, main apa ini?
Dari PRX antara itu, ntar diadu lagi.
kalau pulang sekolah pada nongkrong situ, bahkan ada yang di sekolah nongkrong di situ. Kenapa ya? Anak sekarang nongkrong di kuburan.
Yang seru nanti kayaknya Sentinel lawan GenG deh.
Harusnya itu bakal seru banget.
Aku barusan temanku.
Kalau Loud lagi ya udah pernah.
Iya.
Bisa jadi Loud yang menang sih, bisa jadi karena udah tahu counternya kan.
Iya, makanya kan lebih seruan Sentinel karena belum pernah ketemu.
Iya.
Pasti ya.
Tapi nonton VCT dulu.
Oh,
Hilang jaringanku ini. Dan yang buffering. Tadi sempat pakai hotspot tapi nggak kuat hotspotnya. Ini baru ada lagi.
thank you yang udah subscribe. Tadi aku mau naruh apa ya? Oh, iya.
A gente tá começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tô no início do ano. A gente tá com um jogador novo,
Brás?
espécie nova, então a gente tá
Brás?
pensando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Itu simulator simulator itu dari Xbox
Enggak, Steam. Supermarket simulator.
Ya supermarket simulator.
Main Rin.
Kira Xbox. Mahal.
Nobar VCT-nya di mana, Bang? Warungnya ada TV-nya enggak? Oh iya. Bentar.
Kan buat jualan Rin.
Masuk nih Sentinel.
Iya, masuk.
Entrance. Selalu dia tuh buy bundle. Buy the Sentinel bundle.
Selalu loh.
Exclusive. QCQ1 masih bocil banget buset.
Baju enggak dulu.
Gantiin aspas. Beban juga ya.
Tabungku dari gudang.
QCQ1 beban juga ya. Gantiinnya aspas cuy.
Ya,
Yang bawa juara. Notice vision.
Terus kenapa bawa blok gitu sih anjir?
Nggak tahu.
Gak jelas anjir.
Keren tapi jaketnya Sentinel anjir.
Ini.
Yang dipakai si Tenzi.
Berarti aku nge-live di kamar orang dong.
Kamarnya Rin.
Iya, di kardus. Iya. Sebelah lagi nobar VCT sih. Ya udah. Ya ikut dah. Ayo, aku mau nobar bareng. Udah menobar bareng gak tuh? PCT.
Udah selesai PRX.
Iya, abis ini Sentinel.
Split Xbox.
Split Icebox Sunset.
Lah sekarang membosanin tau.
Split.
Nggak kayak PRX. Gersak gerusuk bikin gugup.
Iya, panik.
Punya kardus datang. Yang punya kardus datang.
Mana? Aduh, ketahuan dah ini nginjek kardus tadi. Benyek dikit, maaf.
Gak apa-apa.
Tadi mau masukin TV tabung jadi benyek. Oh iya,
Gerak-gerak buaya lah basah. Dia baru masuk air.
abis keluar dari rawa-rawa.
Iya.
Ngeringnya di sini. Aduh, ngeringin dulu lah badannya. Tadi kita baru mau pindah ke sebelah.
Oh. Padahal nggak apa-apa di sini aja. Apa?
John Cutie.
John Kitty. Les. Itu les apa? Itu sih.
Oh iya.
Si les.
Emang nggak apa-apa aja kalau kita udah ngomong sesuatu di
Nih,
luar.
Benki udah bangkrut ya.
Ya udah jadi HyperX.
Anjir. Monitornya gak laku.
Mahal coy Benki tuh.
Iya.
Padahal kualitasnya ya sama kalau sama AOC mah ya jauh lah.
Pintu.
Ya kan peringatan ketok pintu.
Oh.
Kebiasaan kalau misalnya suaraku gede itu diketok pintuku. Suara.
Oh gitu. Ini mah ketok kardus dong.
Ayo betul.
Heeh.
Ini harusnya Loud bisa ngelawan sih. Kemarin kan nggak ada perlawanan tuh. 2-0 kan? Pas final ya apa pas
Nggak salah
ini
baca aku Kozil.
pas pertemuan sebelumnya.
Sen, oh ya matchnya bukan ini ya.
Iya, padahal aku tuh pengen ketemu PRX lawan Sen loh. Aduh,
Penasaran ya.
GenG.
Pernah kan di off-season.
Nah, ini nggak apa-apa di spill kayak gini.
Kira kamu menang.
Aku boleh lihat nggak nih? Nih join streaming nggak?
Nih nontonnya resolusi tabung nih guys, biar makin jago palonya nih. Gepengin.
Kocak.
Anjir digepengin dong.
Cembung.
GB.
TV cembung.
TV cembung. TV tabung.
Gepengin nggak tuh? Ini kalau Sagana khusus yang kalah ketemu PRX. Oh gitu, bracket aneh. Iya aneh.
Bracket lower bracket apa sih nama bracketannya?
Apa?
By Sentinel Bundle semua.
Ya, bracketnya lumayan.
By Sentinel Bundle.
Pasifik anjir kemarin.
Iya, kayak udah di skenario kan gitu.
Iya toh.
Soalnya ya stage selesai di ini di draw. Biasa kan kayak kan biar nggak ini.
Aneh gak sih dia pilih box kayak gitu, mending diacak-acak dia pilih box.
Pilih boxnya udah diacak dong.
Udah kombinasi warung Madura sama warung Cina nih, ada kucing hokinya. Masuk.
Bentar, itu perasaan mukanya matanya nggak kayak gitu deh coba.
Gak tahu.
Jelek. Aduh sakit banget perutku itu.
Yaudah, taruh di deket Rin aja deh kalau gitu. Ini temannya Rin sama Haku. Nah pas mereka berdua kucing situ.
Apa?
Nah
Kenapa?
itu kucing hoki
Let's go.
yang
Start.
biasa di atas kasir gitu.
Ayo,
Presence showed here by Loud into aim the boombot, walking up behind the smoke. Looking like they want to fight through it. They've got a flash ready and waiting. Potentially, no, just literally egoing the smoke. The Zelsis is going to be holding for this one. Jiggles it. Stray shots going wide here. Might be calling for reinforcements. And so far, a little bit of damage done. It looks like just a 10's not a re-clear. Going to be called for B main.
Awan dong.
And 10's playing the paranoia
kena.
in case this Trailblazer caught contact. It didn't. They've re-cleared B main, but not necessarily going to start taking that territory with bodies. Instead, looking forwards to the fight in mid. Kawanzin did not use a fault line at the start of the round, so he's still got that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Tuisnya tajam parah cuy.
Try into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they decide to go over and commit to B. And Loud are re-exploring down mid as well. John Cutie and Sewers.
Massive proactivity being caught here by Sadag, but, well, John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there, but the nade, I guess, staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held, but he's got 3
Tungguin sama
times to deal
Zekin.
with. Luckily,
Dar.
Keller- Okay, Zekin right there, vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage?
Mati sama racun.
Mortem.
I love watching Sen set up these kind of little plays.
Gokil.
You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes.
Amerika 1, Amer 1 sama Amer 2 tuh.
Different idea. That's the great part about this SEN team that took the off-season so seriously. These players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one, a snakebite off contact.
Let's go baby. SEN bundles tetap anjir.
Already seeing examples of both these teams just trying to
Tetap by SEN bundles.
Yeah, but I calling that mid push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. Certainly hope so. Less Kurani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is
Kelihatan
taking a very slow approach. That's
Twist emang tajam banget
down on
sih.
A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive.
What?
Second reactions there. Fault line.
Nice, tunggu stun dulu. Ya, kena.
In the end as well, so Tens are shortly behind him with a flash repeat. Kawazine can't get too much more done. One player left. 2 years.
1v3. Cloud sendiri.
And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about
ngeding tuh.
as it relates to these compositions,
Salah senjata Oh, Vandal mah tewas itu.
proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize Sen to play a little slow, to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way. To try to punish the
One tap,
info
ya,
plays into
bisa
mid, that
tewas.
kind of thing. And Loud can't
Kalau Ghost itu dingnya 105.
utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when Sen end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. Fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. And a util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A. Sadak! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of
dihajar habis. Buset.
Damage has been done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Celsius. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering Sen another opportunity to get back into it. Not planted.
Ih, nggak kena.
And the pick goes down too. Now Sassy is pretty far away, but I think, I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, timing on it, it's immaculate as soon as the nade comes through. Yep, just hearing it and tucked to the corner. Sassy removed, taken out now.
Oke Tenzi, oke Tenzi, oke Tenzi, oke Tenzi, oke Tenzi. Kena timing, dapat timing Tenzi.
For themselves, traded, pick going down. Tens 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tends to be the latter.
Less.
Great clutch there. Enormous round for Sen to be able to pick up the momentum.
Kenapa di ini ya, di hold ya? Padahal udah tahu Tenzi di sini.
After Sadak's able to get a 2k at the beginning, and it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge.
Masalahnya Tenzi coy. Tenzi mah apapun terobos aja.
Tossed it away.
Nggak ada overthinking, hajar aja udah.
So I keep playing together. Fundies on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
Stinger jadi senjata andalan ya sekarang. Selalu dipakai daripada Sheriff.
Running gun dapat.
Iya.
It was a massacre.
No chances, no gaps in the playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs. Only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Put up a fight, really, did they?
Dar.
I haven't said that. We know that Loud are an
Kena
extremely good
banyak
team
banget tuh.
when they're on.
Infonya dapat banyak banget tuh. Mas rame 3 orang.
Dog spotting out.
Tipis banget John.
So much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
To not play with it with his life. Nade waiting.
Jack lempar, dapat 3 itu. Gak jadi.
if they find
Kalau lempar ke kanan dapat 3 itu.
off maybe with the sheriffs, but use the
Lemparnya kan
trailblazer nade.
Nggak kena sih.
Through with a snake bite
Oh, udah kena ada yang turun.
Dropping down, Sadek was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage. Done to these loud.
Itu kalau mati kena saja lucu sih.
And so three survive into it with Zekken picking up threes.
Ini mah pasti ini apa? Time out 4-0.
Nggak kelihatan, tapi kalau mau keluar tiba-tiba udah.
Kalau nggak time out mah bodoh nih pelatihnya nih.
Bener.
Itu Kitty masih dihajar juga.
Padahal kita Pak yang mundur.
Duar.
Iya.
Pasti sih. Pasti. Enggak dong. What?
They know how loud they're going to play. They've already prepped the counter
What?
to stop them.
Oke.
Truly one-sided affair.
Gokil
See
juga.
some bite back from Loud, really.
Well, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb lineup that's all the way into mid there.
Oh.
You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other? And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper orb in mid there. You're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid. If you're Loud. And that's broadly speaking what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far.
Iya kan
Only 4 rounds
sesuai
in though.
bentuknya resolusi segitu. Pro player kan pada
Dog
kayak
right on
gitu
cue there
resolusinya.
at the minute mark. Going to be broken for a bit of that mid-round information, but only shown by the one player. So Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as a point them directly into the right target.
He's going to pick up the ult orb
Nggak
with the
kena.
Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which
Dibales.
direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for SEN, but the spike over
Ouch.
towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in SEN's favour, and they need openings and they need options. Right now, maybe to be granted to them, a bit of spray with the damage, the bullets going wide, but this is such a difficult setup to break
20
into.
seconds left.
What are they even going
20
for here?
detik.
Slowing it down, but really time is going to be their worst enemy. It's a team flash. John QT there, close to the corner, cut the wall.
What?
Through and over the top. Kawazin still anchoring. Tucked tight to the corner. Sassy
Telat
planting the
banget.
balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heaven plant. The wrap around. Now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
Dapat sini Zelsis sih timingnya.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven.
Kenapa dia nggak mau maju ke situ
Tried
ya?
to blind somebody, blind
Ditungguin
somebody.
juga sama si Les ya.
No follow-up on the flash. It's all Kawazin with the stun. Finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but to be giving this one up, they don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favoured for that fight.
Aduh, Zelsis kenapa di situ Zelsis?
Let's hold to it. Let's
Kenapa Zelsis nggak masuk dari kanan dah?
That was really nicely done there by Loud. Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Kawazin is.
I know he's mati
Deal
lah.
with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against Tens and Zelsis to shut the round down. That's where you see the slower pace of SEN get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
Lah, open tiba-tiba malam. Ya sudah.
A familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper orb too is
kena,
it
coy.
keeps people in mid because you could lurk through it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little
Pushing.
But the presence shown though, now with a boombot.
more. Touch tips.
Yeah.
Beradu dah.
Shake.
Handshake.
QCK
Grouping up for A.
QCK and Kawazin are really close to huge ultimates too. So Loud being able to put that previous round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding. Everything was red.
It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto Heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything. No way with the movement. Just evades capture. Still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol. But already ramp control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Celsius is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round. Quarterback. Sassy is dropped like a fly. Tens has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazine falling out. Sadek though.
It's been slowed down.
To Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Celsius is here.
Finally arriving to the party though. Util in his hand. Sadek adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2. The double face is there. Terrific together. It's 2 years. His partner in crime, Sadak himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were near set up for it. Right? Sen's general game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression, or a backup plan like Celsius going for that. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, it can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw Tens at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud is shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have what Celsius was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah.
Bagus sih ditutup gitu. Nggak berani orang main lewat mid ini.
Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes.
Masih penasaran.
But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Re-clear called, it looks like it was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked.
Oh, nice.
Kill, claimed, QCK.
Aduh, kena stun.
Definitely there, actually, laboured enough, but still, the trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Yuto, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager. Potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default, but his team do look at that. Coordination on display. Sadak creeping and crawling to weave his way into the side there.
Gila.
But not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John QT goes over towards A, Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet Sen come out on top anyway. Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players. Sen, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but quite salvage will keep any of the money running. Smoke, going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish on the John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. They're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John QT and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A a lot. That's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can mess with a little. But at the moment, Loud have found a decent timing here. A little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to...
Pada bingung banget mau masuk ke tengah nggak bisa.
I think you can get really
Tapi tetap aja M-nya Sentinel pedes-pedes semua.
Which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. Sen are quiet, but so far away. They're faking like it could be going towards B. blocking off Les's sight lines, but no one's budging.
No one's budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for a Paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying
Oof.
forward. Close quarters. Still doesn't win it out with the stinger. And the backside players are brutalized,
Gila.
eviscerated.
Langsung
Sadak.
maju ya.
Flash repeat.
Yah!
Celsius. Safety
Timing.
in numbers.
Timing banget. Zelsisnya masuk.
As well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it. Still, there's going to be no gaps there. Not with Sentinel.
Tidak ada harapan. Let's go. Ini harusnya time out nih, harusnya nih. Pelatihnya malas buat pakai time out, heran.
You see them walking into the trap. Yusuke even manages to
Oke,
get
dia
one.
bingung ngomong apa.
But everyone on SEN is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have
Akhirnya time out juga dia. Akhirnya dipakai juga tuh time out.
Iya.
6-2.
Fix Skybase.
Skybase. Ultinya. Terus kayak si kebon jeruk gitu ya, yang ngomong. Sky di kebon jeruk.
Sky terbaik di kebon jeruk. Tidak enak.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation. There's a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine. Into market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. Looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawanzine's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on SEN is just quietly taking the timing through. And so these A players have to be.
Kalau ini kan dia one way smoke di situ. Pas kemarin TH tuh yang Sibu. Itu mantep banget tuh one way. Yang di pintu, tapi disisain satu kayak berapa jarak gitu. Jadi bisa ngepick kakinya yang lewat di main. Itu keren tuh, smoke-nya Bu di situ. Oh ini kan dia di depan banget kan, smoke-nya. Oh itu pas di depan pintu, tapi masih disisain gitu loh, kayak ada space buat ngepick kakinya. Tahu gimana cara biar smoke-nya jatuhnya ngambang gitu, buletan smoke-nya Omen.
Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake.
Ketahuan dong. Oh, enggak.
On the queue as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these loud anchoring players. They want to give it up.
Kabur semua.
Don't want anything to do.
Kosong setnya.
Paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards rafters, and yes, the time is low. But look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now? Yes, you have a rolling thunder, but it's going to be utilized hopefully now.
Let's go! Kena semua. Sasinya nggak kecek dong.
Still, John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy's there. No, it's a half clearance. Not enough. 2 years TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up. But less than to get more done, and he can't do it.
Susah sih.
Come down to just a bit of spray and
wah 8 peluru.
Already time ticking, so 2 years no chance in hell.
Nggak bisa.
And it's another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy.
Iko.
Whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team.
Ini sesinya nggak kecek sih, bubar sih.
Here in B Heaven, they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main.
Aduh.
It completely disrupted what Loud.
Jadi kena itu, kena hampir semuanya kena, cuman si itu doang. Sesi doang yang nggak kena.
Working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Ya, itu kalau nggak ada sesi bisa rata juga tuh.
It really is. They,
Karena orang udah fokusnya ke bawah semua.
Based on their regional performances on split, that they might have the best split in the world. And you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels.
Buset, dia itu dari mid semua mau lari lihat.
The beliefs confirmed every time we watch.
Yaduh. Kenapa ada suara benang?
The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer trying to be fast onto the approach.
Ah, udahlah.
Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Evacuating. Has a paranoia still left to play.
Nice timing banget.
Clearing him out of position. What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens.
Niat sekali Tenzi.
John.
Niat sekali Tenzi.
Where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they to all just be looking backwards as well. Less didn't have any sort of idea.
Temu sih Tenzi. Di atas.
But no longer drop to the
Tenzi.
Less quite able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really Tenz that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the tree.
Kena benang.
Also, gets QCK killed. Right behind him.
Enak banget itu.
It's the perfect timing and positioning for
benang,
Zels to go for that spray. Everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale.
Let's go.
Bear in mind you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
Buset, depan muka tuh.
There is the trade online from Kawazine. He followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of 10s drops down, gives him the juice. Kawazine just taking a wide peek by himself, man. Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's back up there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now maybe exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that, Loud. Great awareness, knowing that Sen are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor, gets shut down by his former squad.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round.
84. 84 apa 93.
Every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind second just got wide swung and minced.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. Showstopper for QCK. Play much more aggressive.
Mariboy, Bang. Mariboy yang ngebak.
If they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable.
Keluar dari game dulu.
But they've got to be securing those wins.
Clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viper does throw just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players. It's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tenz is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the op though, the call's been made to contact in for B main. So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Now utilized this.
Putanya pas banget tuh. Oh! Lewat dong masukannya. Masukannya lewat anjir.
He's on a swivel. Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45.
Lewat sela-sela kaki tuh.
Forward positions once more. Kawazine drops
Disacel anjir masukannya.
He's disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazine out wide. The reset.
Ulti. Let's go. Itu tuh.
Sky high. And then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, but he happens is elite. Kawazine on for so much.
Let's go, John Kitty tinggal.
On the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap, he's going to be out wide.
Udah tap.
Force wide, knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally to trust maintained in his teammate.
Oke.
Might be punished.
Wah, menang sih ini. Menang Sen nih. Udah kan. Gila sih John Kitty sih. Tenang banget dia.
John took the timing as Kawanseen reloaded. Les was still on the spike. Unbelievable timing from John.
Tenang banget dia, kagak ada panik-paniknya. Tak gentar bro.
Anyone could have been asked to do. But the timing of when to take the fight in the 1v2 was utterly superb.
GG.
Gila.
Ngeri emang tuh John Kitty satu itu. Rookie bukan sembarang rookie coy. Tapi emang rookie-nya gila-gila sih.
Zelsis rookie bukan sih? Bukan ya?
Bukan. Dia udah main pas gantiin si siapa namanya dulu tuh. Kan sebelumnya si apa namanya sih? Tarik bukannya Sentinel ya sebelumnya ya?
Tarik Sentinel.
Ya kan, terus kan Shazam kan.
Shazam.
Tarik ganti Shazam kan. Shazam juga ganti lagi. Kayaknya pas ganti Shazam nih. What? Dur.
Aku nggak kelihatan mana ini, kenapa jadi begini?
Ini pas kace.
Oh, ini. Kromi.
Sentinel Narate.
Parah.
Amer.
Iya. Ya, Kitty sama Pak Pampurin dah ada.
Keren jaketnya Sentinel, merah putih lagi kan? Indo banget ya.
Bisa bahan.
Tapi kenapa dia di ininya warnanya pink ya? Ini kan bajunya lebih ke arah merah kan ya?
Iya, merah.
Kenapa pas bandel gitu pink ya identitas?
Merah, kalau nggak salah dia ada satu lagi tuh, gue lupa siapa. Ada yang mirip-mirip Sentinel soalnya.
T1 apa?
Iya deh P1 deh.
Iya kan T1 setahu gue juga merah sih. Talon juga merah.
Iya Talon
juga merah.
Kalau 100 tip kan hitam.
Iya.
Dominan hitam.
Hitam putih dia kayak liquid. Wush, bisa lewat loh. Kena bom. Enggak juga anjir. Bisa lolos gitu dari gigit anjing.
Iya.
Digigit anjing.
A little bit of where Kawanseen and Tuis could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. And there's still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around. But this silent jump spot,
bye-bye.
Not gonna be punished.
Naik lagi.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles really.
And look at the rest of SEN. Triple.
Waduh. Itu timingnya pas banget tuh. Les nyampe, yang lain pat-patnya nyampe. Wah, ketemu. Oh no, timing.
Slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map
Di
control.
belakang,
Kill
halo.
found onto Kawanseen. Less a chance really for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is. Turn of the fire. 10
Oh, Twist, udah ke Twist.
2 years running all the way through. He knows the time's
Nggak lihat dong dia.
Pissed around. Does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels again looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure SEN domination. Sadak caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too. Lovely from Tens. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and Tens just sensed that could be dangerous.
More windows, but
now Loud they've got to force. Right, you're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol. You need some momentum.
all relying on this one. Full investment, no money left standing. Tripsnow to stop them in their tracks as they try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. reface. Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well,
Susah banget kayaknya masuknya ya.
with the bullets as well as thinking that's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Everyone's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. With that trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favored in a fight against Tuiz unless Tuiz gets the jump.
Nandain here-nya ke sono.
It's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really...
Nggak diambil tapi senjatanya sama Tuiz.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Iya. Mau cerita hari ini tuh ada muridku yang kalau ditanya jawabannya selalu iya.
Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Camera taken out. They'll be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult still.
John QT.
Remaining on the sidearm, why not? And he gets the job done.
Gila sih Kitty sih.
Really excellent teamwork there from Sen. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside.
Yeah.
Has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup.
Oof.
Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation. Down 3-11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested. It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they've got a Sisyphus level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favored on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be
Susah
down
buat
right
mau
now,
masuknya anjir.
they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though, openings.
Buset, dapat dua langsung.
Defensive setup Sentinels just a little bit too strong.
Lah udah.
Well honed.
Yeah, everything looks... They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting.
Inside.
It's all the small things, the little interplays between players.
Acak-acak Loud gila.
Maximization of, you know, a certain piece of utility, knowing to always smoke this spot, or knowing to always...
Apakah dua map lagi?
And on split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta.
Laut aja dia acak-acak, apalagi PRX.
Kalau PRX iya pasti dia acak-acak. GenG sih gue yakin masih bisa ngelawan sih. Kalau GenG masih bisa. Soalnya mereka mainnya juga tenang. Gak gerasak-gerusuk kayak PRX. PRX mau gerasak-gerusuk dimakan-makan sama Kitty sama Tenzi. GenG tuh enaknya bisa ngatur tempo, mau cepet, mau pelan, jadi. Kalau PRX tuh, iya kalau PRX tuh ngebut terus, udah gitu kayak udah nggak peduli lagi kiri kanan, lewat aja. Jeleknya di situ sih. Kayak lu udah post plan nih, tapi tetap aja masih ngepik gitu. Iya, kebaca banget gitu PRX tuh.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just...
Kayak gampang ketebak kalau sama tim yang udah pernah ketemu sama dia. Udah kebaca total.
Strateginya nggak berubah ya.
Iya. Apakah tutup 13-3? 13-3?
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Ya, segitu sabarnya gitu loh. Beda banget sama PRX.
PRX pasti udah langsung dihunting ya.
Udah semuanya udah langsung masuk ke site kalau PRX mah. Nggak ada tuh flanking nggak ada.
A crucial kill. Zelsis falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online, the aftershock does push them away. A time from John QT, but forcing the fights.
Twist emang tajam
out to
sih
the
Twist.
open. The snake bites, plenty of util.
Twist
here, so
tajam
Loud
sih Twist.
really well played into that one, just understanding how to play that
Crispy.
fully, just using the util.
Nggak jadi tutup. Warungnya nggak jadi
during the
tutup.
grand final. Where SEN won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost a, I'd say a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, you know. Yeah, SEN didn't have as much util available to them, still, you know, Loud. Round at a time, it's all the way, you got to take it.
Yeah, we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. We've seen them lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there, just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Second, like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle. Trip in their face. There's no protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards. It is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK does get the one onto Celsius.
I mean, the spike is down in such an open position, though. It sends the close out.
Sadak, it's inevitable, yeah, the double face in the end. That is one of the most...
Tutup. Cepet. Cepet banget ya, Sentinel.
Iya.
Apakah 2-0 tanpa balas?
Second kecil banget ya Allah.
Iya. Chill bocil. Sentinel. Oh. Lihat, masih aja kalem ya si Kitty. Tenang betenang.
Wow, let's go.
Cebok, cebok.
Aduh.
Kopinya. Jangan aneh-aneh deh.
Beneran di donat 25.
Kenapa Kara?
Kara.
25 kah?
25 kah?
Capek diam dia.
Iya. Itu gak sebut judul, gak valid. Kalau buat Kara ini ditunggu sampai jam 12 tank. Tapi nggak mungkin dia stop judulnya banyak anjir. Ya udah PM sekarang juga apa?
Escape the back room.
Escape. Ih, itu game susah.
Aduh, apa ya? Game apa ya?
Ih. Isi terus padalan nggak ada beli tuh. Padalan itu apa? Pedal sepeda. Bahasa baru kah?
Apa ya? Kasih game apa ya?
Oke, selamat istirahat. Buru jangan ketawa aja, wek.
Baru jangan ketawa aja, wek.
Mana ya tadi ya? Sinilah beras.
Game apa ya? Horor.
Apa ya? Udah banyak banget nih.
Kopi. Oke, sip, semua stok
Kalau
aman.
dikecilin dikit aja coba.
Tuh, shampoo nggak usah lah. Sampo gini-gini
Aku
nggak
bilang sih
usah.
enggak deh.
Ringan, soda 2, shampoo 2, soap 2. Oke, apa lagi ya?
Kecilan itu.
beli bully. Sugar.
Beli.
Bulinya udah mau habis. Nah, sambil buka toko duar.
Juno Mali mah dia emang mau main.
Belilah aja ya saudara.
Emang dia mau main? Emang dia udah ada yang request tuh? Belum ya?
Sekalian ngecek harga.
Tahu deh waktu itu dia sempat ngomong deh. Juno Mali dia emang mau main.
Gak mau gue itu.
Oh kan gak mau.
Mending gue tabung buat itu Zookolosis. Bener
Oh
gak
dia
ya?
maunya Zookolosis,
Satu
dia nggak
lagi.
maunya Juno.
Itu game memicu amarah anjir kalau gue puasa udah batal duluan.
Kalau gue puasa udah batal dulu.
Yang lain.
Kekirin dikit deh HP-nya.
Lagi sih kurang.
Ya. Lagi dikit.
Mahal.
No hujan.
Iya mahal nih. 6
Ya, dah.
30 640. Oke. Ini 610. Ya. Aduh, datang-datang cuman beli permen sama nasi. Nah iya ya permen apa kabar kok nggak ada yang beli-beli lagi, stoknya gimana tuh? Coba intip dulu. Oh aman deh. Akhirnya ada yang beli teh ini juga. Terima kasih.
Bisa kadaluarsa nggak?
Belum update kadaluarsa sih. Makanya nanti kalau udah update itu susah, nggak bisa beli sembarangan. Kopi apa tuh merek yang satu lagi? Oh, Coffee Light Roast 2. Beli. Apa yang mahal? Chips. 6. Oh, udah gue turunin.
Let's go 2-0 tanpa balas.
Let's go.
Terus stoknya ribet kalau udah ada expired date. Iya. At dead of night dah itu aja. At dead of night itu bukannya yang dikejar-kejar itu ya. Kayak pernah tahu deh judulnya. Ntar abis putaran ini dah gue cek gamenya. Kemana ya?
Kejarnya sama manusia ini lagi anjir.
Apa?
Ini market pillar aja apa kah?
Hijau.
Iya emang.
Tidak ada slot untuk soda hijau.
Oh, mainnya yang gini.
Yaudah, aku taruh sebelah sini dulu.
Ngeri itu. Soalnya kayak real time campur animasi.
Iya.
Ketika mau jumpscare dia langsung kayak ruangan real time gitu.
Yang itu. Yang kiri enggak.
Shampoo. Itu mic siapa tuh yang setiap ngomong nih?
Apa sekali-sekali gue kasih game solo.
Oh iya.
Mamam deh.
Rin. Iya.
Emang ini kok? Ini solo kan?
Ini solo.
Pelintir. Sambung.
4-0 tanpa balas.
Aduh, malah kebuka boxnya. Ya, maaf lama mengantri. Langsung saja.
So cool banget anjir.
Gitu.
Gas.
Emang paling anteng dia mah.
25. Oke, terima kasih Ibu.
Hit, jampik. Dor. Panik dia, panik. Vipernya panik.
Tapi itu kalau nggak bisa saling ini ya, tetangga gitu.
Gak bisa. Kalau multiplayer seru sih.
VT ya.
Jadi kayak Roblox bisa lihat sebelah-sebelahan. Soalnya juga udah banyak kan player yang main ini. Emang seru sih kalau server tuh sebelah-sebelahan gitu.
Jangan mau, tapi kasih channel dulu.
Hah? Maksudnya?
Bentar, aku DM kamu dulu.
4. Sepuluh 25, oke. 10, 95. Woi, buset, kembaliannya malah bagi-bagi rezeki. Nah, nih.
Itu apa?
Lama juga ya ganti match-nya.
Iya, tapi apa itu?
Hah?
Gak paham. Kan memang biasa gitu, kalau sebelahan satu nggak laku kan gara-gara dikirimin gitu.
Oh iya. Ya ampun. Icebox, Sentinel oke juga sih.
Iya.
2-0 lah, ayo cepat lah, 2-0 lah.
2-0 udah bubar abis ini.
Main lagi 2-3, berarti skip sehari. Sabtu Minggu ya, 23-24 ya.
I don't know. I just don't get
Enggak
it.
dong.
See, that's the thing, though. I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are
23-24
full on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing KO, Gecko, and I actually think that can play into this Harbor Viper quite well. You can be fighting through the walls, fighting through the
besok main satu si PRX lawan yang kalah ini doang.
Just looks unreal.
Iya kan?
He gets to play the Jet on this map.
Iya. Minggunya baru GenG lawan
Lawan pemenang ini Sentinel sih harus. Besok main lagi sih, ada cuman ya satu match doang.
I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud ones time and time again, we say they're never out of a series, they're never out of a map.
Kan besok sih, ntar malam.
It's another concerning look at. You know, and obviously, I mean, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations that Sen made, I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinel's gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys are home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Brandon,
besok itu malam itu GenG lawan pemenang yang ini. Berarti yang menang nanti masuk finalnya istirahat sehari.
Iya.
Terus baru PRX. Kalau breakupnya dikejar terus. Hampir sama berarti kayak Dota. Dihajar terus.
Capek banget tapi anjir.
Iya.
Lama nggak denger lah kan Koko yang bikin.
SEN haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to help Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less that early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't have nanoswarms to deny.
Ush.
So just gambling the wrong way here.
Sadak, flash through, who's playing anti. Where's the follow-up? There is none. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. A backside position being played here. Dash fading away, the second still standing his ground, and he's earned himself.
Orang yang request sebelum-sebelumnya itu kan nggak sering nongol.
play being set up as well.
Maksudnya
Tens
kayak
pop flash
apa
to the
sih
peak. It allows
sebutannya?
second to recross back, playing together now. They've
Kayak
got 4
jarang
players
ada
to deal
kesibukan
with.
lain
Make it
gitu.
3.
Sementara yang Kara
Now let
itu
this
kan
one
selalu
slip now, Loud.
standby.
Shot dart.
Jadi
It's
kayak
good
yang
for
bisa
damage.
masuk tuh
Tens gonna be
gamenya
forced out
Kara
wide. Tens!
mulu.
Tens! You can't be getting away with this, son. Surely not Needs.
Ooh.
Doesn't even matter. Sadak
Iya,
push forward. That's a
banget.
2v4.
That's ridiculous. The
Ayah
push
nggak belanja
into
dulu
Sadak
banget.
there to
Iya,
give
aku
Sadak 2
bukannya
kills
malam
was about the only way that Sen could have missed on what was happening. Not that
Gila
it was their
sih.
fault. They didn't know where exactly
Ini
he
sih
was positioned.
2-0 sih.
Tends to recover that. He has to say he's forced
Dingnya
to
enak banget.
duel there as he crosses back. He's forced to take fights because
Gila
of
sih.
utility, because of how they're positioned.
Enak banget.
Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
I mean, the players on Loud are so talented, and Tens is just owning them.
You man, return the form.
His form has been spectacular in basically all of this year.
Standby dong juga.
The actual shots that Tens has been hitting, the moments, the multi-kills from him have been unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed.
Waduh.
Rifle is just been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Oke.
Now look at this high tide.
2-0
It's not
nih
going to have
harusnya.
an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing.
Tawan lagi.
It's going to let them play between the Viper Wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Tens, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange.
Iya, soalnya dia mau nge-push.
Wanna go hunting. 2 years.
Depan muka dong.
The bridge brings him down. Still one step closer. Yeah, matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tens had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on
Thank you
Icebox.
sudah subscribe.
4 lah, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the
Parah banget cuy.
flash re-peak from
Tadi aja 12-3 kan?
pipes on A, that kind of thing, which
13-3 kan?
have done so much work
Iya nggak sih?
in those micro plays.
13-3 apa 13-4 tadi?
Proactive fighting over.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams is that
Kalau 4 berarti ngelawan sekali doang anjir.
and Loud's comp
Iya, 13-4.
kind of
Iya.
relies on playing
Kan
retail.
sebelumnya 9-3.
Iya, 9-3. Menang sekali. Udah.
The purpose of
Iya,
that is just
kacau
to
banget
stop
kan
the players
dibantai-bantai.
aggressive up through B, but the cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for Sen. All grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for Tens to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash dizzy combo that GenG were using. It's so good.
Anjay, double flash gitu ya.
Going to be staying right into the sun.
Ntar aja juga mainin
Goes
Trick
off
Person
plan.
game.
Now here for Sassy. Uta a little bit delayed. So yep, it's down.
Oh.
Close to the quarters. Underneath rafters, Kawazin wins his one out versus second still. Into the position for it. Tens is starting to use his ult now for this.
Jadi karena nggak
They can't
ditonton
use
ya
any
gue
of that
nggak
post line.
bingung.
Util keen and eager to take the fight. He's ripped Kawazin's clean off.
Berarti
Top the ropes, this is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash, peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now UCK finally, abilities back online.
Ooh.
Dash, backing away. Gets the one, needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling, waiting out. Pushed back.
Aduh, sayang.
Tip tap and a face there from the Loud players remaining just in time.
Very nice patience there from Loud. Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that Sen are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get their high tide and the cove back online. They played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from Sen.
Calm the mobs. We really need to calm the mobs.
Itu bayangin garis itu
There we go.
adalah
Zekken looking for a readjustment early.
sakit kan?
These players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Captain's talked about it so much.
Nggak pernah ngerasain langsung sih.
Potential off the charts here, but clear
Pernah pakai
understanding of what
kostum kayak gitu,
might be going wrong
bengek.
for them.
Oh pernah.
Knife not broken. Hangs on to 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious
Lah,
threat.
emang pakai
See how
belt?
Tuiz is using his high tide to make it
Oh,
difficult for
lah,
Sen to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other.
Ya itu kan gak kenceng.
Kenceng sakit itu.
Iya kalau yang wahana nggak kenceng, maksudnya kayak agak
Good.
longgar gitu loh. Yang ini
Double flashnya gitu dia. Lempar Dizzy bareng sama flashnya KO.
Dengan posisi yang berbeda biar dapat
Udah kayak model.
Iya, jadi yang nggak kena ceplok, kena flash gitu.
They either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for Tui's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plan down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm, I think, that a lot of these players have left the area.
Gak cuma paham masalahnya.
Just onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
So 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there. Dizzy firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't onto left. Nano swarm.
So much.
Ngapa dah Tens anjir?
Ten's lucky to be alive.
Ditebein gitu.
Top raft the Sadak. Taken out clean.
Nunduk gitu.
Position here because he is
Ngapain nunduk begitu?
get a one and done.
Takut kena flash.
Sassy with that ult plant.
Udah nggak ada flash, coy.
The thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart from though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available, but still, like you said, the thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the things here. Loud, using that util. All available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing. And wide face
nice
out,
banget.
great with the movement, and patience with the aim, cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK. Over on the top of the rope, Celsius, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it.
Let's go.
Up towards it, but okay.
Kabur. Dapat deh savingnya.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. Sen were coming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
Bringing money here, QCK. The bank looks like he's trying to save the operator.
Lewat dong pala. Uish.
Sassy. Taken the hell out. Knife clears yellow, but really nothing to try and cross and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis here towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs.
Nice.
Defender's gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. Sen have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit. You can see Loud here and just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Some serious danger here. I mean, Tui's just holding onto the high tides wall. There, flash through into the back.
Langsung di spray dong.
Exactly the position that was coming from. So
Gak dikasih ampun, coy.
Mikir gue.
Survives.
Mau diselipin kemana?
Ih, nice banget.
Tens is watching, but they're gonna get distracted.
They are distracted now. The pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QC. John QT is there with a trade, but 1 versus 3.
Gak bisa, 1v3.
2 years.
Gak bisa sih.
This one, there's no more utility
Gak bisa.
left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, that is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the lava. And often that kind of thing is going to get hurt. In this situation, gets away with it.
John Q was mentioning it's the tiny things, the tiny
Lebih di
differences
gue. Ganti.
Yeah. And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid and it is a risk. You know, he's only one man in that kind of situation. So now, what allowed Looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be trying to fight before SEN have utility setups. QCK was able to manage that. He's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for background information so your stacks.
Lu kagak riset harganya gimana sih?
That proactivity from Lau being called. Said just trying to gather, gain some
Gue tuh bener-bener
comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk areas. That's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle. I mean, this is excellent for him. Yeah, but I mean, SEN are nowhere near.
Halo, thank you sudah subscribe Kenichi Ichi.
Over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position
Rest in
where
peace.
SEN weren't
Apa
comfortable going
gamenya?
for the
Iya,
early
gamenya
round
udah
timing.
selesai.
And now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. On top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
He's in a really good spot. Drone. Oh, maybe just catching.
MD tuh apa? Masa
Bang.
depan.
I think they've got all the info they need though.
Yeah, they have. With QCK.
Maka bisa kembali planting. Langsung di ulti.
Already protocols.
Oh no, they can.
Tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud.
Aduh, masih ada saat.
Versus 3.
Atau minum banyak air
Almost
putih.
been taken
Kayaknya
out.
udah kurang
Just to back his
fokus
way to
gitu.
safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. It's going to be notifying his presence.
Itu QCK ngebokong
Removal
mulu.
of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping forces them out
Iya, tapi
wide.
Mahmud tuh kontaknya siapa? Ini lagi
That one's still 10
Waduh.
HP. Leave it just
Siapa yang sini
2
namanya
Celsius.
Mahmud?
Wah, hilang.
Cover. There's no real chances here. There's no
Oh.
real chances. Maybe
Karudekar
managed to get the
ganti judulnya
second,
itu
but no.
mepet banget.
Full stick there from Sadak.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud GenG game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B
Tapi
hits like
kalau
this are actually
nge-restock
real
bisa
nice.
4 orang.
Yeah, they missed Zeka,
Cuman
but
levelnya
they
harus
keep
tinggi
good
banget.
snowman control, they fight from kitchen, they have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak playing around orange is able to pick up
Tapi
Zeka.
hitungannya makin tinggi, misalnya orang keempat itu gaji orang keempatnya yang makin gede.
Over and over and over.
Iya.
Kasian.
Nggak ngerti dah, padahal
John
kayak skillnya sama
akhirnya timeout juga Sentinel.
Baru di gajinya gede.
Iya, kasian.
Aneh emang.
Rekrut aku yang ke-10 ya.
Ini sama Kapitan ya, Ren.
Iya sih.
Wah, 3-3.
Ambil dulu deh ini terus.
Kayaknya korsetnya terlalu ini deh, Ham. Yang begini.
Aduh, apa sih ini orang?
Gara Kotaru mentraktir.
Gak usah nambah.
Ya udah, tambah lagi.
Gak usah nambah, ganti judul aja, apa susahnya sih? Udah ganti judul. Ganti judul aja karena
Lebar.
lu nambah mulu, lu kira gue lagi subaton?
Iya.
Udah, ganti judul aja.
Bagian atasnya doang.
Halo Renung Chan, welcome.
Lebih dimasukin. Aku share ini juga ya.
Tapi di chat udah di-list anjir.
Iya, ditambah mulu, dicicil anjir.
Hijau Subaton.
Kan udah pernah ya Subaton isinya horor semua loh. Gara-gara siapa? Gara-gara itu tuh, yang merah itu.
Kotaru.
Ini gimana?
Kalau yang ini agak di sini yang ini.
Sezi.
Kalau Infinity Ring
Udah ketebak nih. Kalau nyerang ke B lagi ketebak sih. Dari tadi A-nya belum disentuh tuh, cuy.
Welcome.
Nyerangnya B mulu.
On away now from the ult. Knife Being broken, Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekken with Knives is a
Boom.
very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone, has to respect it now, has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map, the other side of things, still with that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing
It's
into
really
this
fine.
one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wired still, not a lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Bit committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud.
Tebak kan? Kalau di bet terus ya ketebak terus lah. Makin lama makin kebaca. Gak mau pindah ke A sih.
And save for another round, but the problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantage situation when he decided to pit.
At dead of night.
Likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one.
Gak
Make
mau.
sure that they get the streak
Kemarin pas lihat lagi
online.
diskon, sekarang kagak diskon.
So now we go into
Cari
a
yang
rifle
lain.
round. Celsius ultimate, super powerful. If they can
It's
get
part
up
horror
onto
film
pipes.
tuh.
There should be the
Part
round
horror
what
game
time
and
that was
part
scored for at least.
bosan. Udah tahu gue main pasmo cuma maling doang.
Very heavy
Nyari
emphasis
game yang
on
bosan.
presence being shown by Sen, Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite, looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that, skipping and hopping over around the side. Kawazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now Sadak is his bodyguard.
Sadak has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though, should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with the ship. He might just opt to get detained. QCK.
QCK lagi-lagi membokong.
Just so that this pit stays up, but
Aduh.
to the top right of this position.
Minta ganti
Down.
judul.
Crucial kill here onto the flank. Celsius cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, waiting for it to fade, but Bosch down now. Is he on top of it with the
Tahu gue
Pope?
di pasmo
Now stacking
ngapain
up
maling
all
panci.
together.
Ya udah,
Those
kenapa
plant
lu
utility
request
should be
kayak
good enough here
gini?
for Sentinels. All players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazin! Kawazin! And 2 years! That is just
Gila. Dibaca. Sentinel dibaca, bro.
Crossfire utility, sure, but they still have a crossfire from 3 different areas where you set up. And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazin, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazin just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide and then got a sick shot.
Pakai kamera khusus.
Sometimes it be like that. Loud.
Jadi kan biasanya lampunya kan mati tuh.
Creeping forward to
Ini
this lead
gak berasa mati.
Look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Q, but this time he's over towards B. So difficult to
Apalagi
predict.
ditambah DOTS.
Middle though with no command. Plant.
Ah, di-spray.
Kawazin dropped. Still have to
Timing.
operator.
That was actually through mid.
Oh, piercing shot.
Dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell he's been picked up. And now
Lebih kecil dari
plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Zelsis. Traded though. Dropped down. And John QT again isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him to reload. Surely gonna
Alah, kedengeran reloadnya. Dimajuin.
the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle, hits the shot, and then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
Talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot.
Sennya menang satu
QCK
tadi.
with his op.
Sekarang lagi
Achilles
menang
heel. Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
Dibalas.
So Loud, they have
Sekarang
found
gak usah
something
pura-pura
that's worked,
budek
which is
deh.
QCK's op, and now they're giving it to Kawazin.
Diomelin gua.
Rattled off the shots.
Tapi dia ada tulis di
using the
chat
dash.
apa
Wow,
antrian
how's
game
that kill come
horror.
from? I mean, Leicester
Emang.
literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care.
Let's go. Sulit banget. Sekarang kuat nih. Loud defense-nya.
From Cowanzine and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova hopping.
Ai, second.
Like a Loud that is very, very angry. He pawed and poked the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't
necessary. Apa nih datang-datang ganti judul?
When they've already won 5 rounds in a row, the game plan's working. Does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on A, looking for that, but Celsius has not been giving it to him.
Nggak mau.
They're B defaulting and they leave
Nggak mau.
utility on A. Celsius plays it really safe, and John just took a jiggle there and decided
Saya ngomong kayak nggak
like
jelas
the idea of stepping up.
itu berarti tandanya kamu udah mengantuk.
12 and 3 less.
Iya, udah mengantuk
This guy,
atau
I mean,
kurang
he gets
fokus,
sorely
kurang minum air
underestimated by a
putih,
variety of people coming
boleh
into it. I mean,
tidur.
doesn't play the most flashy roles,
Jadi
but
HP-nya dimatiin
can't
nih,
deny his
ya kan?
individual
Tutorial
talent,
mematikan
skill.
HP, ditutup,
Now
ditaruh
Sen, albeit
terbalik,
by looking like they wanted to
taruh
set up
ruangan
for that
sebelah,
default
terus ke
A
kasur
hit.
tidur.
Get Tens up over on 2 pipes where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
With a
Good
flash,
prior to this.
actually not in the right spot.
Tidur,
Flash now, I mean,
gimana ya?
Les decided to take the repeat.
Tapi bener sih,
Shot
akhir-akhir
fired straight
ini
into the wall there.
kan gue
Second
susah
points it
tidur,
out though.
cuman
Volleys
gue coba
Langsung di ulti.
accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The reckoning pressing.
Timing.
Giving up any space. You want to
Oof.
take it back away from them.
sama white
Already
noise,
you can see it at deep
sama
position.
green noise.
Weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe Sen could make something of it. Again,
Oh,
the
lu
triangle of
doyannya
death
white
setup.
noise ya?
This time though, Thrash taking that first contact.
Gue cocoknya
Celsius winning that.
Astaga, Celsius.
Back to the side. And retaking now with his operator just becomes a dire situation. And Celsius is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. Because why not? He can do it. Pointed for Sassy, tapping. Sadak
gue mesti kayak
moving
agak
around.
berisik sedikit
Spotted
gitu. Jadi
one.
yang
Sassy
kayak
dropped.
cuman
Sadak
brown
now
noise.
for time.
Let's go, one by one. Kitty. Kitty. Dapat sih. Nice. Kitty. Lagi-lagi nge-clutch Kitty.
Another clutch. So similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against Cowanzine and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall Sen are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans.
Nanti ada
If
penjelasannya
Celsius
kok sama
hadn't been able to
contohnya.
get those 2 kills and open things up.
Woi, nge-spam, report. Nge-spam, report.
Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper,
Anjir, di spam dong.
they're trying to get
Report.
to stop them before they get the take spot. Sen are backing off and trying to play post plant utility. But if they can secure this round,
Report.
good.
Report.
Namanya nego. Ngeok lagi.
Ngeok guys.
The lockdown now indicates everything. At least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the
Nego
lockdown.
namanya.
Don't have molly lineups.
Backing out no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting two. And nail! But you're up against Cowards in John QT.
John QT, let's go, John. Gila coy.
Has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. Spray down and he's already.
Wow, SK manis.
With him toppling Ace.
SK manis.
The crowd wants it.
SK manis.
QCK spotted out wide. Will his team give him any?
Nggak dikasih. Nggak dikasih.
Sen will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation.
Nggak
His
dikasih.
heart was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting the third on the rope too.
Gimana
Itu
nih?
sih
Coming off the back,
di
winning the
level
1v1
maju.
Kayaknya sama aja sih.
To get Sen up to 4, well he's done it to get him to 5.
Dengerinnya jangan pas lagi ada berisik apa-apa. Taruh keadaan
Apaan?
tinggi.
Kok tiba-tiba deal anjir?
Tahu dit.
Nyicil 2 game enggak? Yang kemarin-kemarin belum kelar.
Bentar. Ya? Ya? Iya.
Tapi lebih gede, lebih besar dari
Ya kan kecilin dikit gimana? Bawain. Iya sih. Iya sih.
Yang lain nggak mau. Udah berarti 2 game, ayo gimana?
Ya.
2 game gue tambahin 15 lagi nih.
Iya.
Gas nih.
Iya.
Gue kasih nih 15 lagi nih. 2 game nih.
John Ketek.
John Ketek.
Ada yang komen nih.
Oh, John Ketek. Kayak dibaca tutorialnya agak lumayan ya. Ah, game ribet, nggak mau, ganti. Ganti. Game ribet.
Ganti game ribet, enak. Justru kan biar lu ribet, Jo.
Lagi nih orang. Anjir.
Jadi milihnya gimana, Jo? Mau itu 1 apa gue tambah lagi 2 game? Ayo pilih mana, Jo?
Aduh, sulit. Lihat dulu gamenya kayak gimana.
Gimana ngelihatnya, coy?
Maksudnya game yang 2 itu gamenya apa aja? Ngobrol delay anjir.
Ngobrol delay, goblok. Loud versus.
Too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down, Zelsis. Taking up space back towards the backside of yellow. I need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash free, big timing. Needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow
Lagi Zelsis, sekali lagi. Terus. Aduh.
Spot and peek. Less. He's taking them all out.
Apakah John Kitty bisa?
Has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. So the only way
Ah,
goes down to it.
mati cuy.
It leaves it just up to Les. 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper.
They should know that Les is this week.
Mikir ya, makan apa hari ini?
This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping or propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right click business.
Gila sih John Kitty sih. Mantap kali.
Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them at the beginning of this round. And Zelsis has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens. Sen really abused the pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this, you did also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Zelsis to tuck into yellow. Nice! And like I said, Brent, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. This is going to get them back into this map. It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the jump, spots, just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize he was already pushed up on that side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah, nobody for Zekken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the molly once more for the plan. So
bener dong bukan.
Two of these players will die to a one-shot from the elbow.
they're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, Tens seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground. And he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. The verge of getting thriftied. Like you said, a single shot will do. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a
Ini
save,
ada yang
to be
mau ikut
honest,
pindah
but
nggak nih?
still gonna try
Capek
and fight
ngobrol
over it.
sama
There
kamu.
are still opportunities.
Capek ngobrol sama gue delay ya.
This is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman.
Nariknya
This
jauh
is such a
banget.
bizarre round.
And John gets his backs to the wall, all about the timing.
Waduh.
Bang, ganti judul bang.
Ganti judul apa, Bang?
Mau tuh game ribet. Udah lihat tutorialnya.
Game ribet. Apa dong?
Padahal tadi gak ada rencana horor loh hari ini. Soalnya kan seharusnya punyanya si Jepil dulu mah.
Ya udah. Kenapa harus langsung? Gak apa-apa, lanjutin aja dulu. Yang belum.
Besok si Jepil mah.
Apa dong maunya? Jadi maunya apa, Bang? Apa ya? Jadi itu gamenya seru loh.
Enggak.
Seru banget loh.
Tadi gue lihat itu cuma klik-klik doang sih.
Iya.
Klik-klik doang.
Klik-klik doang.
Enggak mau.
Jalannya diklik-klik doang.
Itu tuh sama aja kayak yang benerin bohlam itu loh. Kozil tahu gak sih?
Enggak.
Apa judulnya kan?
Lupa lagi gua apa ya?
Sophie Skirts.
Ah ya, Sophie Skirts.
Iya, Sophie Skirts. SOPHIE. Skirts kutukan. Nah, lihat wajah cantiknya itu.
Lucu kan?
Enggak.
Lucu banget.
Siapa yang Jopia itu?
Ham.
Iya.
Little bit of damage.
Yeah.
But not too
Yeah.
bad. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful.
Apa ya? Ganti apa ya?
Louder looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2Es ready to swing. They got 2 layers to this.
Escape guanya udah tamat. Guanya nggak bisa menikmati.
Si Grace udah tamat. Oh, lah bisa update juga itu game.
Bisa update juga itu game.
Shooting fish in a barrel. Sen had no idea there that Sadak could see the spike. I mean, it
Halo
turns
Jibril,
red when it's being
thank you
diffused.
sudah
Sadak knows
subscribe.
exactly where it's been diffused from. Boom.
Maaf ya, ini pakai urat yang ngomongnya. Sekarang lagi nego soalnya.
Nego. Kok gak ngomongnya nggak delay lagi, Jo? Nggak seru, Jo.
Menggambarkan ini internet Indonesia ngomong delay.
Ya udah, apa ya? Remnant Records deh.
Oke, gue tahu juga sih.
Nggak serem kok, nggak serem.
Tulis lagi nego.
Lagi nego.
Bisa ya orang request di nego.
Iya, gimana sih ini?
Tanpa
Aduh.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going.
Tanpa pita.
If you give
Oh, tempat
space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Ih.
Malah lagi. Ai mulu, gue bingung negonya jadi.
Rin nggak suka ini ngeliatnya. Jangan nanti Rin nggak mau nonton, gue nggak mau live stream kalau Rin nggak mau nonton.
Apaan emang? Emang ini badut bukan, kocak.
Itu boneka bayi. Rin jangan lihat Rin, ntar lu bisa nangis kejang-kejang Rin. Sumpah ini serem banget.
to the ground, to your knees if you are 10s in this case, and Celsius, poor Celsius.
Aku mau lihat.
Last one left.
Enggak, masalahnya kan yang dibayar Anda kan. Kenapa jadi?
Makanya akhirnya jadi senjata mulu tadi, coy.
Itu hanyalah alasan. Janganlah percaya. Itu hanyalah alasan.
Enggak, sumpah ini muka bayinya serem banget, Rin. Ntar Rin bisa nangis. Gak mau aku. Mau buat Rin sedih, jangan.
They were always trying to force fights in mid, and Sen were never letting them. That time the patience and the slow pay.
Enggak, ntar bareng sama jadwal Rin live kok nggak nonton kok nggak.
Muka bayinya ada 3.
Muka bayinya ada 3. Itu kan gambar doang, Jo.
How difficult it was, though second try for him to get the timing around the harbor. And then when these aggressive post-man spots their players, they can shoot. They can shoot.
Pita maksudnya.
Oh, ini mah yang lu kasih tau kemarin ya?
Iya. Lucu tahu gamenya.
Everyone on pistols apart
Oh iya
from one
benar
player
ya.
with a rifle.
Ini
So the money chunked down.
Apa?
Kalau single player gimana cara mainnya?
Ya makanya.
Ya. Nah, ganti.
Ganti lagi. Gue udah kasih single player masih diganti juga.
Multiplayer pasti dia yang mau. Ayo yaudah.
Itu tadi multiplayer juga dia nggak mau. Dia tetap nggak mau juga.
Not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, Sassy, reposition.
Apa ya?
Halo malam, dan 4 orang lainnya itu ada namanya kok. Namanya bentar, mungkin nggak kelihatan ya. Ada Ham yang pojok kiri, Haskiru Gris, Karakotaru, Prelirin, sama Zilveruit.
Toothless.
Lagi jadi toothless.
Gigi ompong.
Bu. Kenapa kamu nyebut Haskiru Gris sih? Kamu terlalu baik. Kamu terlalu baik.
Buaya.
Buaya.
Ada 5 orang. Iya, yang Ham pakai karakter kecil banget soalnya. Mana taunting?
Udahan tadi taunting. Pas.
Siapa yang nge-taunt Loud? Oh iya, replaynya ya. Agak delay dia aku.
Ngunyah mulu.
Gen Kitty. Apa dong Jo? Ganti lagi nih. Oke, gue cari yang solo.
Gimana ya? Halo Astro.
Awas lo nolak lagi lah ya.
Selamat malam. Ya. Kok Kara bisa lebih cepet sih live streamnya? Gue delay.
Wah.
Dicepetin.
Pokoknya
udah kali 2 loh.
Semua live stream gue kali 2 dulu sih biasanya. Sampai dia bener-bener normal gitu. Sampai balik ke speed normal. Apa dong? Ya. Suruh ganti game mulu guys. Gimana nih?
Enggak, yang gua heranin itu requestan. Tapi di nego.
Iya. Bingung kan?
Soalnya Kara udah langganan, jadi bisa dinego. Halo Theo, welcome.
Bisa gitu.
Bukannya kebalik aja.
Kebalik deh. Harusnya udah langganan tuh udah gak boleh dinego-nego. Langsung deal.
Harusnya Kara yang nego 20 down deh.
Astaga.
Udah langganan nih.
Sama aja ternyata kebalik ya guys.
Iya.
Tapi kalau nggak langganan nggak bisa di dodge. Wah, gas.
Bisa ditolaknya juga.
Tetap.
Ntar aku mau raup dulu. Raup om nyem. Kok bilangnya raup? Iya boleh. Silakan.
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site? It's second really, it's on him because the loud players are now going to be walking and wading right into that cross.
Emang iya?
Forward, this is the shot.
Istilah dari mana?
He has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the eye of Loud. They're fast onto the approach, but they're back away. They're going back to A. Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Dikirain raup itu ekspresi wajah.
You practically expect him to be a defender
Kayaknya
with this
dia
spot.
orang Jawa Timur.
With the smokes, Celsius can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. This is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn.
Terus dari game apa lagi guys? Ya
Anjir. Adat sumpah anjir.
Parah langsung.
Parah ini, parah langsung. Wah,
tutup laut. Tapi jadi map 3 dong. Uish.
Map 3 gue tidur lah.
Ditahan mulu.
Iya.
Very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that.
Iya soalnya tadi kecepetan PRX sama GenG. 2-0 tanpa balas cuy.
Can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters. He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning. Right? Tens walks through. Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about are they ending A here because there's a lurker giving them that info.
Di atas kotak.
And Loud, they are
Di ujung banget atas
looking
kotak.
better here on Icebox.
Oh, di sebelah kirinya.
Di atas ya tengah-tengah itu. Biar ke one way dari. Biar ibaratnya dia nggak bisa ngepick dari atas.
Iya, maksudnya berarti kan di atas sebelah kiri kan, di pojok kirinya kan, bukan.
Kan itu ada.
Ke tengah kan. Berarti itu di sebelah kiri.
Iya.
Atas kirinya kan.
So
Loud. Got a side set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy now for Sentinels. They've had to really be forced into.
Jadi Yellow tetap bisa ngepick.
They have saved, so it's just Guardians online. At least for Zelsis.
Kayak gue sih biasanya.
Presence now towards it. One more earn towards the reckoning.
Baru bangun tidur aku. Oh iya, selamat pagi dunia.
Sebenernya gue banyak, tapi pasti ditolak-tolakin semua sama Ijo ini. Game horror gua.
Apa-apa sebut aja dulu judulnya.
Sebut aja dulu judulnya, nanti gue tolakin belakangan.
Sebut aja judulnya, ntar gue nego lagi.
Minimal tuh carinya yang lucu gitu.
Ya ampun, horor mana yang lucu, Jo? Man horor ikan sushi lu doang itu lucu.
Kalau Kukun udah main belum sih?
Ikan koi.
Yang mana?
Oh, yang Kukun.
Enggak.
Tetap aja enggak juga.
Itu udah dimainin sama Kara, udah tamat. Teman-teman yang penasaran silakan nonton di channel Kara ya. Jangan di saya.
Ya, ketahuan dong. Timing banget.
Dread out.
Udah tamat, Dread.
Aku tamatin karena kerjanya
Ijo game Indo mah cepet tamatnya.
Kalau Holo Kukun kan Ijo belum main.
Nggak mau.
Pamali yang itu
Poci itu udah di request
Bang Syafiq kan.
Tapi Bang Syafiqnya lagi belum muncul. Sama belum dapet sih ini.
Let's go.
So much utility pressure in that round.
Family.
A lot better from what we've been seeing.
Itu kalau yang di LC ketahuan punya sama nggak punya dari mana, Rin? Kalau yang sharing.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekan wasn't sure that it was going to get broken. That Tens could see.
Mesti masuk in game dulu ya?
Iya.
Oh jangan-jangan emang ada gitu, cuman nggak tahu. Ih, nggak dapet.
Kecolongan dong belakangnya. No. Tapi Zekan membackup. Let's go. Buka. Gue lagi buka ini Steam.
Bagus mana? Dia minta pendapat boleh nggak?
Bentar. Oke, udah round win. Sebelah mana?
Solo kan Jo? Solo nih ya. Solo.
Api solo tiba-tiba solo.
Oke, gua kasih game solo.
Enggak dapat
See
apa
this
nih?
from Zekin's perspective again.
Bagusan ini.
Hit two great shots there.
Bentar, gimana?
But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great utility to stop the
Yang
and then they're
soft
finding
food.
timing to then flash and pop back out to
Yang
refight Loud.
kalau sesuai
When
konsepnya
Loud don't
Rim
really
sih
have
yang
utility
fluffy ya.
available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels.
Oke. Tapi nggak aneh kan sama itu yang celana.
Time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kawanzin gets
Iya,
ult
gitu aja deh.
online. Can they cook
Iya,
some
aku
kind
mau
of
login
play against
Night
the
Crown bentar. Oke, Astro.
especially when Tense is holding?
Kamu baru main Night Crown juga?
And for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Game AFK, game
That's why,
AFK.
you know, the pump fake,
Game AFK,
throwing out a high
game
tide,
idle.
see if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but
Apa ya?
You've got to make the timings as difficult as possible.
Dari kemarin belum kesampaian main game tipes.
so much to watch. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen
Game
it. He is
apa?
exposed, though. You are
RO.
right. Many chances for him to be
RO.
swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the
Iya.
reactions. Now, yes,
Halo,
it's
thank you udah
active.
subscribe.
Here he goes. Dart.
Widih,
Cover
namanya
himself.
Assalamualaikum
Stay away
semua,
from it.
waalaikumsalam
Now
semua.
across, he saws a ball. Just the aim in time. Zelsis.
Zelsis.
Running and spraying and a bit
Tuh.
of
Widih.
praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin though.
Baru
Push back and away.
habis bunuh
QCK is
data.
his
Oh,
turn to
oke.
come alive. Over the top of rafters. Risks
Pastikan datanya cukup
necessary in this
untuk
spot, especially when you're a player down.
ini buat yang lain, telepon atau ngecek data.
It does cover the spike. Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it, it's about how they sail through a tap. Towards now, what is the next wave of things? QCK, trade it.
Kurang ke
Sticking though,
nggak
already
kurang ke
there.
kiri
It's
nggak?
gonna be the wingman, putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping hop over to the top. And well, it's just been stuck
Wih,
out of all of it.
Menang dong.
win.
Incredible.
10-11.
Goblok, goblok.
From the pit being there, and they just assumed that it did.
Ayo 2-0 biar turu.
Udah download gamenya pas awal publish, cuman belum download data aja. Aku kalau download data pakai wifi. Oh ya, oke, aman.
Doesn't care about it. Yeah, he is. Look at him.
Baru kelihatan zoom itu thread spike-nya di pepet,
Iya.
bukan di ini.
My goodness.
Ayo 2-0 biar kita nonton hijau. Hehehe.
No, we're straight back into
Ini jepil dulu.
wrestling off the
Iya sih nonton hijau main horor kan. Jadi kita
Horor apa?
away from the 11 to 11.
And Sen's ult
Enggak,
back is
maksudku
just
bukan kantongnya yang dikecilin, tapi
they found
itunya.
so much more value out of
bukannya Jepil requestnya horor.
the plan and then
Iya,
getting off
tanggal
the
23.
Roknya dimasukin
looking for two,
disekitin.
but they can't.
Oh, kirain mau main sahur ini.
What does that do to Sadak's
Kalau
scoring?
sahur ini nggak tahu tadi ada yang ngajak Palu siapa ya? Oh ya aku ya.
Direction.
Akunya hilang.
Punya turu.
Udah sahur.
Uses dash
Iya.
again. Important to know that one because now as that U2 goes flying,
Dor.
he's looking for a shot.
Tidak kena
Kanan lagi.
Zekin.
Ya, itu.
Time.
Ya
Still just sees the shoulder and has to
ampun.
fight back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one, but the count. It's a spam attack from Sadak. Taking himself into the cove.
Tadi
Tadi
locked
kebangun
down.
gara-gara suara
Early timing on the
gamenya.
lockdown
Oh,
stops
karena udah
Loud from
selesai
setting
gitu
up the
berarti.
break-in. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
11-10 apakah bisa?
They deal with
Whoa,
it,
whoa, whoa.
They deal with these players. Zekin just wants to take up the straight up fight attack. Baiting it out now. Nade.
Kayak gue tahu
Short,
apaan.
shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Loud. But again,
Dor.
if you want to win it, you just have to just rely on a bit of an RNG. Zek.
Dimajuin gitu.
Pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it. They don't have it.
Let's go, last player standing.
Stick it now.
Nice, 11 sama guys.
Sentinels. Barely there. 2 seconds just over.
They look in control, though, of these retake
Tutup,
situations,
tutup.
which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those spree
Time out,
of
time
4
out.
rounds between 15 and 18.
Harusnya time out sih.
The lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards heaven.
Cuti terlalu santuy, coy.
Optimized, but it's not.
Santuy banget orangnya. Mainnya penuh ketenangan.
So cool.
Kalau rok pendekin lagi. Sorry.
Kalau beli tiket gini kursinya rebutan apa ada nomornya?
Kayaknya itu banyak yang kosong juga itu, Jo.
Iya ya.
Kayak
Tadi-
mungkin kayak di TA gitu kali, duduk-duduk aja.
Iya. Kayak ada nomor cuman kayak nggak gitu ngaruh.
Hmm.
Pada dimepetin.
Apa ya ujung-ujungnya kalau yang apa jeda nomornya jauh pasti maunya sebelahan juga sama teman-temannya. Nggak bisa kayak kursi bioskop.
Iya.
Yoi.
Tuh itu kosong gitu.
Iya. Tribun. Tuh enak tuh nembok dari belakang. Stuk. Lagi mau nembak, stuk gitu. Aduh, apaan tuh?
Still the Viper's pit, still the
Ih,
thrash.
sebelah
All of this without
sebelah.
Zekken really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings.
Ini Kozi lagi
He's not
aman
finding the
bisa
shots.
melek jam segini.
Here it looks like he wants to try and take this.
Justru dia lagi nungguin ini.
Oh.
Aiming for less.
Nungguin ini kelar, makanya dia berharap 2 map kelar langsung. Ih, nggak kena dong.
Down, only sees the
It's the
turret.
turret actually.
Yeah.
Hai Bang, halo, Vintis.
Drone utilized by Loud though. It's gonna be
Welcome.
taking this space with a lockdown.
Oh, punya rekomendasi game horor nggak?
Second. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Tiba-tiba ditanyain kayak gitu.
Yes. Look at that awareness.
Yang datang ke sini gue tanyain game horor. Aduh.
But he cannot escape it. Sadak
Loud
was hot on the
Sadak.
heels, set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but
DM ya.
doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK again lurking up through, spots it out with an Nano Swarm's broken, both of them.
QCK udah masuk. Kena nih Lot.
Disrupt this.
Ih, pedas.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Pedes banget.
Backside gained. Plan for Sadak.
Tuh,
We
tek
pushed away
tokin.
this time. Mosh pit just a little bit
Pengen
too delayed
pedes-pedes.
and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially.
No, hujan.
Counter here with the retake of Sentinels.
Wih.
Spot just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot.
Waduh, buta.
Spot flash play.
Ih.
Tens, man. He's taking it to him.
Kenapa begitu?
Kenapa lu keluarin pistol?
Makanya, kenapa begitu? Let's go.
Kiri sudah.
Tamat.
Sassy
Kiri.
sticking half already. Options dwindling.
Ah, 12-11. Let's go. Tutup.
Incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular. I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in two.
Kubutur.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to.
Yeah, it's great.
Paci.
Communication.
Paci. Belum bang.
Itu panitianya udah arahin, ayo paci semuanya.
Oh iya. Tim kreatif ya.
Aggressive.
Suruh angkat tepuk tangan. Wow, Tens. Gatel,
It
Tens.
was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random
Bukan
spam.
kepo.
Kalau mau closing susah dah,
Straight
gatel.
now with a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadak with the plan. Look, we push back. You got to think now. Loud again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was Sen who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. So you're showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect.
Halo, thank you sudah
And he's still here,
subscribe.
alive
Siapa
and
nih
kicking.
namanya?
Weaving in and out, dodging.
Christina,
Juju
hai
playing with his team,
Christina.
spraying them all the way.
Aduh, overtime dong bang. Gak jadi dong turunnya bang. Gak jadi turunnya dong bang.
Treated to an overtime.
Overtime bang.
Huge performance from Loud.
Draw.
Gimana cerita?
What ya voting draw?
A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more
Voting
back and
draw.
forth occurrences. That little resurgence from Sen has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility.
Skrip.
Unless Loud can dig deep.
Dicat tadi bang skrip.
Iya nih curang nih. Mafia.
Initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by Sen in the finals where they took it an absolute bomb, but I mean, it was a map 5.
12-13 kan?
World-class game from both of these teams.
Bukan kayak kompe gitu kan modelnya.
Kompe lah. Terus.
Oh gitu.
Dart.
Kalau selama masih seri terus ya terus. Jus.
Forward position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting
Sistemnya
aggressive. The
jus.
question is, Sen gonna pushed away from this now to Dizzy. Really connect. I mean, he was so
Lagi-lagi miss.
Doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second.
Waduh, diadu begitu.
The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place. Two left to stand here from Sentinels.
Ayo 3 lawan 2, 3 lawan 2.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover. Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Sadak. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Someone up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade flying. The molly. Can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course.
Don't get in my way.
Now drops it down. Evacuating the one angle, but over the top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just
Satu lagi.
Loud.
Ini mah map 3 ini mah.
In round 24, now put themselves up to map point. Juicy K going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted, he wasn't able to pull that one off.
Kalau map 3 mah Kozil tidurnya kayak
Nggak tenang.
He's going for the same thing, the glass cannon off. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
I know loud, they set their sights over towards B. That's no way.
Nge-spray gitu dah. Wak. Bubar sih ini. Bubar sih Sentinel sih. Akan. Ya, udah. Abangnya pulang, map 3 dulu nggak sih? Map 3 dulu nggak sih katanya.
Terima kasih semua.
Ya, langsung turun.
Senang berkenalan dengan Anda.
Langsung turun, tidak.
Langsung
Tidung.
Ini lengannya mulai dari sini.
Jadi apa, Jo?
Gimana kamu? Dari IAS itu? Bentar. Iya, itu aja.
Kan yang kemarin kan ada itu kan.
Enggak tetap. Kan masih ada talinya.
Aduh, udah lagi nggak ada game santai lain sih.
Iya.
Kita belum cobain Just Die Already loh. Rin.
Itu Sirin tuh. Sirin udah sampai jauh itu dia.
Aku pernah nyoba sendiri.
Udah sampai ada basoka gua.
Hah?
Itu tahu basoka. Aku udah sampai map lain tapi.
Oh iya emang ada puzzle gitu kan.
Jauh banget Sirin, niat sekali dia. Gue pikir gue tinggal. Berhenti, masih terus.
Seru kan gamenya?
Serunya ya begitu ya Rin ya. Tawa lagi. Tawa lagi dia.
Serunya kayak menyiksa gitu.
Itu serunya.
Kacau sih tapi itu.
Tapi berasa durhaka gitu gue jadinya.
Nah kan
Memeranin peran.
Astaga, marah banget.
Yaudah paranormal aja, paranormal.
Paranormal mana? Hah? Paranormal?
Aduh.
Paranormal.
Clean up.
Oke.
Oh, paranormal clean up.
Yang kemarin.
Oh.
Dia kalau udah berarti oke itu.
Lucu kok gamenya.
Dulu nenek-nenek kayak gimana?
Lucu. Sumpah lucu banget. Ih, cute lah pokoknya.
Bobo sapu gitu.
Dibilangin lu kan senengnya ini review lantai sama review jendela tuh. Cocok game ini, coy.
Yaudah, ini oke lah, ini oke lah.
Cocok review game ini.
Soalnya bisa 1-4 player. Nah, ntar aku culik siapa ya? Dadah, wishlist. Tembok, lantai lah.
Kok jadi kecil gitu? Build yang itu talinya itu.
Oke, kegedean yang lama.
Oke. Panjangin lagi nggak sih, lebarin dikit?
Ini nggak lebarin.
Mumpung lagi pada sibuk, balik lagi lah.
Apaan balik lagi?
Enggak apa-apa.
Hah? Oke, ya. Ijo mau culik siapa karena makin up?
Enggak.
Harus Kara dong pastinya.
Gak tahu, lihat dulu.
Dih gitu.
Bawahnya.
Lagi gamenya. Soalnya thumbnailnya masih Super Market Simulator.
Mengerikan.
Iya emang, Ijo gitu kalau udah seneng. Kalau udah seneng sama game horror gitu dia.
Senengnya gimana?
Kalau menemukan kebahagiaan begitu dia.
Iya kan. Oke, boleh.
Kemanusiaanku sudah hilang ini seperti kok kardusnya di situ nganggur?
Ajak Tutin dong. Kan suka tuh pasti kan.
Iya. Jadi Kang bersih.
Ajak Niwa. Ajak Kara. Nah, udah pas tuh.
Dah, Rin nggak diajak. Rin lah diajak.
Saya dari donate, tidak.
Parmesan. Yang apa ya? Tepung biru kentang. Wah,
Tepung biru ada segitiganya nggak tuh?
enggak.
Wah, berarti bukan yang asli itu.
Iya, KW aneh. 4. Oke. Ini stuck.
Ini Ren.
Oke.
Hah? Mana ini produknya? Ini dia. Kaget gue.
Kayaknya terlalu besar banget, enggak sih? Enggak, kalau yang enggak, bukan pergelangan yang itu tuh yang nanti puffnya itu loh.
Sambil buka ya lah. Wah.
Jadi kegedean. Gede banget. Nggak dikurusin lagi.
Ntar coba dulu.
Sampo. Oh iya, lupa bayar tagihan. Aduh, numpuk dah.
Parah sih.
Gimana?
Iya.
Atau enggak?
Jadinya bagus sih.
Aduh, hujan, gak bisa mesen Gojek.
Iya.
Tidak.
Keluar dulu. Sama aja kena hujan ya.
Sama aja.
Sekarang itu kenapa sih kayak gitu? Mentang-mentang speakernya bermasalah.
Belum beli itu kabel.
Udah gue ganti.
Tapi
ya masih kadang-kadang masih kumat.
Berarti bukan dari kabelnya dong.
Nah, ayo nabung buat beli speaker, jangan donate.
Nggak mau.
Jangan donate.
Keju.
Nggak bisa.
Nih.
Mana tadi berkali-kali lagi si Kara buat
Tahu.
Kan tinggal,
Dicicil lagi dia 5.
tinggal dikit lagi kan. Nah, untuk yang kedua.
Ini.
Jadi gimana, Rin?
Mana ini ya?
Kok kayak agak aneh ya, Ham? Yang bagian lembungnya itu. Agak aneh. Sedikit sih tapi.
Ini berapa lagi, Jo? 15 lagi.
Apa yang apaan 15? Nggak ada. Udah. Kan udah itu bersih-bersih kan?
Nggak mau.
Ya ampun.
Karanya nggak boleh.
Aduh, Bu, sabar, Bu. Saya lagi di teror game horor bentar. Ya. 8.25. Oke, makasih. Lah, Bapaknya kagak bayar? Oh, ngambil. Maaf, Sujun.
Si aneh ya.
Ini
Better sih.
Uang pas.
Lama rambut.
9525. Nih, baru tinggalin bentar.
Bentar. Aduh. Ini kenapa sih pentok meja?
Yeay! Happy. Ada yang diem dong.
Lu kagak bosen kar thumbnail mukanya isi lu semua gitu horor. Itu apaan lagi?
Ai.
Kan udah yang awal.
Pan.
Yang 25 awal itu kan udah bersih-bersih.
Kan berarti kan jadi ada 25 lagi kan?
Nih, bener-bener.
Kan nggak jadi tuh. Tadi kan gua tambahin biar lu jadi game yang itu. Taunya lu nggak jadi. Ya udah.
Kan bisa buat itu katanya ojol.
Nggak mau.
Malam Zen. Ini malam apa pagi ya? Udah error gua. Jam 2. 80. Lah, rugi dong gua. Mbak, kok diem aja, Mbak? Astaga, gua kasih $80, Mbak.
Sudah tidak fokus sepertinya.
Mbaknya diem bae lagi, Mbak. Kembaliannya lebih, Mbak. Aduh, sedih banget gue. Pas kurang protes, pas lebih diem bae, bener-bener. 9.2. Apa ya, perlu restock apa ya? Atau drop ya?
Yang bosen gimana tuh namanya? Lupa.
Dia lagi cabut deh ini.
Having said that though, with the kills that SEN got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Direction you take it into looks like mid. The initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble though. If it doesn't pay off for SEN, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Kenapa ya? Entahlah ini game Nightcrown susah amat mau login. Kenapa tuh?
Susah kenapa?
Error kah pas bagian loginnya?
QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear it.
didn't clear Zekken again. This spot
Kalau
is such a
rugi
blind
gitu
spot in
gimana
the way that
dipecat
Loud
di
are playing
kasirnya?
mid.
Harus dipecat.
Major chances for Zekken.
Kan gue manajer ya, masa gue pecat diri gue sendiri?
But like I'm saying, Brand, EDG tried this kind of setup where
Verify-nya nggak keluar-keluar code-nya. Oh, gimana tuh, Kar?
Sadako Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
Verify-nya nggak keluar
nya.
code-nya.
40 seconds.
Emang perlu ini verify code?
Kayak autentikator.
Use the flash. All in conjunction. Now
Oh, yang di HP itu.
Iya. Kayak autentikator. Ter-scan dari aplikasi apa sih namanya? Autentikator. Dari APK, bener sih aplikasi.
It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and we'll have the full line, but there it is. Sends out the aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up with a deep smoke. After really forcing Loud to push forwards into this one, a tap onto it again.
James tumben nggak nongol.
Turu kayak dia.
Woi, kemarin bikin game sampai mabuk.
Oh no, ke diffuse.
Dia habis itu ngajar.
Oh iya, hari ini kemarin.
Hari ini ada apa sih?
Jumat.
The stars sprinkling up around his head.
Telat banget. Hari ini hari Jumat gitu.
Jumat.
It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation.
Oh, padahal aku pakai nomor HP yang aktif. Yang di app itu loh ada di.
Bukan, jadi dia ntar bukan ke HP lu, dia ke aplikasi ke autentikator.
Iya, di Google Play.
Kemarin bentuk bosannya kayak gimana?
Really matter about divide too much. Two plays spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels, looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius and QCK. Target you really want to be.
Keju biru, keju hijau.
When he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
Keju
he already had it
hijau.
for it.
Cheese.
John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to
Ambil
come
cemilan
online.
dulu cemilan.
Gamble that Sen went for. It's difficult to assess in hindsight
Hilang masalah.
because we're only seeing it having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities.
Nah,
Think if it works out.
nggak ada game horror, mending lanjutin yang kemarin, Rin.
Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side.
Itu
Simply
yang
not the reality we
kemarin
live in, though,
apa?
and that's the first time the
Judulnya
Sen have gone down early in a
Netflix.
half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox.
Ah.
So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to
Emang mau
develop
sekarang kan?
some even footing for themselves.
Enggak, bisa ini kok, aman. Udah download tapi pas login APK itu juga. Oh sama, oh kenapa ya? Masih nungguin si Karanya dah, mungkin Kara yang ngerti. Karena aku nggak main gamenya jadi nggak tahu cara loginnya kayak gimana.
Swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into it.
Kegedean nggak sih, Ham?
Leaning on his history as a duelist player there too. He's
Panzati
absolutely
spaghetti.
Does he anticipate Tens being up
Bukan
top?
yang itu, bukan yang itu, yang di baju, yang di
Punish in
baju.
sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time? Still
This is
waiting for
bizarre.
it. It is bizarre. It's a flash. Repeat now. Out wide. What is that? Kawazin, who's leaping across. Paranoia. Tap from Tens with the movement. Not enough bullets in the end. Still. QCK drop back to 30 health. Now,
Serial apa kabar? Nggak bisa habis serial. Cukipik.
Makes a real difference here, but Sassy does have his ult back online. Picks up from Brian. Here it is, the second round of things. Thrash. Spawn. Broken to pieces. Clear the close left corner, but still.
Permen udah mau habis coy.
Well, a lot to clear in this spot. Just walking right over him, QCK. There's that tray with the pop flash now. In and out through, but still with a util in his hands. Caught lacking and slacking.
Tukar katanya udah download tapi pas login APK itu juga sama, nggak bisa juga.
Bukan APK yang dari Night Crown-nya, dari itu aja Google Authenticator itu loh. Di Google Play. Oh, di kalau pakai yang aplikasi yang dari Night Crown-nya agak susah.
Dari mana sih Night Crown?
Korea. We made.
Oh,
He's just that guy
emang
when it comes
susah
to
ya
this map.
loginnya?
On the Omen.
Ya dia pakai authenticator.
Defensive setup here for Loud.
Oh, nah.
Soalnya dia bakal bisa jadi jual beli.
Oh,
3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle.
NFT gitu.
And SEN trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear
ntar
it
aku
now.
coba lagi.
It's just
Oke,
gone down. That gives
semoga
SEN some
bisa.
information.
Ball line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early.
Yeah.
Gini Ren, gimana Ren?
Trouble is with the door being
Yeah.
goes down in her face. It does force SEN to just go back, double back, break it, throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and Kawanzin.
You can hear it. He's lacking the info. He's jump spotting. He's punished for it.
Yang biru kan warna PK. Iya. Autentikatornya warna biru.
Or theft as well. Give that additional confirmation.
Gambar gembok.
Drop down. Lay it down. Will be the plan. Someone's get themselves into it here.
Kamu nggak rugi kok install itu. Kamu nanti bakal pakai itu. Kalau mau iniin email segala macam.
Apa sih itu?
Bener.
Loud out too much
Ngomongin apa?
just yet though. Grouped up.
Login game pakai apa?
Autentikator. Sekarang kan traktir juga pakai gituan kan?
Drop down now a flash of their own.
Semuanya.
Positions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable. Snake
Lebih
Goodness me.
apa?
Everyone on
Lebih
loud
apa
saving.
Yeah.
They just don't even
Lebih
want to get
ini
back
juga
into
sih.
this.
Soalnya kalau pakai nomor HP kan kadang ada yang kayak nggak aktif, nggak masuk SMS gitu-gitu.
Sent the paranoia through and
Lebih
was able to
cepat.
isolate the duel onto Sarak. SEN have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor. That early economical advantage that Loud had to work with, it's getting chipped away at.
I mean, this is essentially I mean, 2 of the players can't be buying.
And just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
Susah banget kalau yang dari game-nya. Iya emang rada susah.
Different combination with a Yuto being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all
Kalau gue dari kerjaan soalnya udah pakai authenticator gitu.
quickly after
Email ini kan.
utility.
Apa?
Group up on B.
Email Outlook.
Shouldn't be too worried about B main.
Authenticator
Door
juga.
being closed.
Oh iya. Itu
For an orb on
traktir
Zelsis.
sekarang cuman bisa instan ya, nggak bisa yang lain
Being
ya.
able to go for the B pop.
Emang nggak bisa ya?
Avoiding it.
It's not as important against the
Kalau
Saturday
narik.
It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second
bisa
deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health.
Ada kok masih ada
Could be a thorn in
pilihan.
their side though when his retake starts to come
Cuma
online
instan
loud.
doang.
He's very isolated.
Very isolated.
Karena jam segini kali
Wants to try and
ngecek.
get in and rule that angle over the top now.
Pagi
Reflect
juga
from mid, but already it's traded equally.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to
He might catch
dissuade
the
and push them
Phoenix
back.
out.
Yeah,
Tipisin
Paranoid's there, and he
lagi deh
does catch it.
yang
QCK
itunya,
just
di
alive.
bagian depan.
No longer.
Bawahnya.
Cam round the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight. Force him away. He wins that. Get out of here. Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills.
Ya ketahuan. Tapi nggak ada waktu.
The pressure too much.
No. What a bonkers round.
What is that?
What an absolutely ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch 10s earlier.
Let's go.
But the flank timing coming in from John, and 10s and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Yeah. Bizarre set of
Coba lihat before
circumstances.
afternya.
Be hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Soalnya kan
Unless he's
dia
looking to
kayak
challenge B main early on.
holding the angle, but eventually Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
Very confident too.
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but
Bentar.
board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second, an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the
Waduh, di ulti.
back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, Tens will be spotted into this one and done.
Aduh,
QCK through the wall. Favored for it. That's the wall bang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight.
Kitty! Nice, Kitty!
QT turns it into a 2.
Kitty!
Tagged up by the
Alah!
Just a tap onto the head. Spots it now. Celsius. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic.
Oh no!
I don't know. Did he get onto it in time?
It's so close.
Tidak.
My goodness.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second.
Phantom moment.
Despite John's best efforts,
Bentar, mana permen? Ya udah,
Sadak's able to
masih ya.
win that one in the 1v1.
Iya, itu terakhir kan nih. Nih.
A little bit more
Ini oke gitu. Nih. Phantom moment.
Kicking himself. You can't offer loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
Udah panik juga sih Sadak.
Susu botol.
With how tightly contested these rounds have been, the economy's taking a bit of a tumble.
Susu botol telur.
Dodgy buys across the board.
Kawanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and Tens are looking to try to explore mid again.
Oh yay!
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pin to some of these players. Yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid as an Celsius still here. JoQT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back side, just spots the elbow. Just spots
Ya Allah, Tenzi.
looking this way, that way. Didn't know where the players were going to be coming from. Sassy. Last one left. Being granted one extra. Gets the one, backs out. 50 seconds.
Bisa gitu.
Emang tak kayak gak lembut suaranya.
Enggak, maksudnya kayak apa ya,
It just seems so wrong.
Apa kayak kalem, lebih kalem gitu.
Very difficult situation.
9 bullets. Didn't opt to reload. Didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to maybe
sebelum kenal Aza.
Iya, kalau sebelum kenal Aza nyambung.
They're gonna make mistakes. They don't think he's
Oh no!
in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Ult still online here for Sadak.
Yeah.
The dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull up an absolute miracle. Backing away now.
Nge-clutch, bro.
A beastly performance against the former team. Silence in the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a
banget ya, 4-4.
Unbelievable.
Ya terus.
I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in America.
Tipis banget loh, darah 5 loh.
The Gecko, the fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down, his positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Louder not thinking about it.
Sassy as a player, we needed to see a big step up. He was Norden 6 when it comes to those first kills to first deaths last map. Wasn't that a good game? Fire with a knife, less lucky.
Gitu.
Really unscathed, all things considered there, just backing away from the
Air
rifle.
naik.
Rain down.
Air cake.
Massive round up, still left.
Air sama
Flash.
Nentuin harganya dari mana, Jo?
Jadi kan ada ini notifikasi kalau pasarannya harganya lagi naik, kita boleh milih mau ikut naik atau enggak.
Set itu benangnya di situ.
Ada yang lagi turun, ya udah kita turunin atau enggak itu terserah. Tapi customernya bisa komplain kayak ini barangnya kemahalan nih gitu.
Ngeselin banget ya.
Dihancurin dong kabelnya.
Selai roti, oke. Peanut butter.
Ih, timing banget.
turn on the fire. He's still alive here.
Right.
I think there's too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap.
Mm.
QCK, hello. It's rattling their heads now. Already two taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to pop the ult.
Come on, let's go.
He's trying to time it, yeah. Detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable though. Now, man, is looking more likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it, and here it is.
Aduh.
With all the rifles on.
Tapi nggak dapat waktunya.
It's unbelievable how
Sheriff bro.
Sheriffku tidak seperti itu.
Kalau serifmu seperti itu, kamu sudah bukan nggak di sini.
Iya. Tiba-tiba ada Haskeru Gris PCT.
Ribut deh.
Buaya di situ, hati.
Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate
Sampai dia terkenal pun.
Keep a lid on Sen's economy.
Sampai dia terkenal pun tetap buaya.
Some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on, but 5 out of 6.
Ntar bukan monyet lagi, buaya.
Boleh sebutin gimana ya? Buaya.
Buaya.
Mereka bisa sebut P gak sih? B. Biaya dong jadi.
Iya langsung bisa. Iya emang.
Buaya.
Jadi Betawi tuh gue lihat-lihat.
Iya, buaya. 71.
Iya emang mendingan dari yang dari Google itu Pupit Astro
1465.
Coba login Nightcrown, coba aja.
Makanya guys.
Ya, aduh aku belum ini.
Gue udah kelar nyemil risol.
Nyemil doang.
Nyemil risol. Risol isinya daging ham.
Enak banget. Daging ham.
Daging ham. Pakai mayo.
Astaga.
Kecil dong, kecil banget dong daging ham.
Iya.
Ya kan
dia nyempil di roti. Di roti risol.
Di risol.
Biasanya kan nyempilnya cabe, ini nyempilnya ham.
Oh, udah mulai ya.
23.
Set up to go for the ult. Okay.
Aku masih bingung mau kenapa.
Smoke's not even propped up yet. Second in position, breaking.
Udah, thank you, Ibu.
Now plans.
Padahal kamu jualan banyak bahan loh.
Iya. Tinggal comot ya terus masak.
Normally Loud are going
Jadi
to throw in a
cookie
lot of
simulator.
utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury.
Itu tuh cooking simulator ada yang kedua kan.
Ada yang baru tuh Jo, simulator tapi bukan di Steam, nggak tahu ya di mana. Dia bioskop simulator.
Oh, yang itu, yang lokal punya.
Iya, yang lokal punya. Bioskop.
Oh iya.
Aduh, kalau yang itu ntar dulu dah grindingnya susah itu.
Itu udah bener-bener grinding itu.
Iya, bikinannya tuh grindingnya bener-bener darah keringat gitu.
Emang gitu?
Disebut lagi. Iya.
They are effective, but just not enough to get over the line for Loud.
Iya.
It's Ten's position, I think here that is.
Tapi serunya jadi nggak cuman fokus ke itu doang. Macem-macem.
Jalan-jalan deh.
Jualan popcorn lah, jualan apa lah.
Halo, selamat datang. Terima kasih sudah subscribe.
Subrek.
Berapa kemarin? 955.
Amer 1, Amer 2 ya kan.
Iya kan, itu ya Amer. Dari mana Amer?
And how many times we said that? It's just been running the theme. Normally because Sen get out to such a hot start.
Americano. Ari jadi pengen tapi udah nggak bisa minum kopi lagi.
Gimana Rin?
And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy.
Oke.
Ridiculous recovery.
Tinggal dikasih itu.
There's danger there though. With these loud
Sebaliknya.
players opting for a stack over towards B. To use again. same spot he's been playing in time and time again.
Oh no, timing, asap twist hilang, bubar.
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know. He's found something. Maybe just hearing the footstep, but another flash is connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels, though, likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 users really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades falls, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but Cloud about it. Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers. There's danger in abundance, but still with the rifles. Holy! It's Dens again, man. Get away from him.
Bisa menang, sumpah. Itu posisinya udah dikuasain sama Laut.
Map apa? Map 3-nya?
Sunset. Kan last match ini, selesai sunset.
Kenapa di otak gue itu ya? Apa yang bawah laut? Lama nggak ada.
Pearl.
Iya, Pearl.
And Tens bails them out, top of the scoreboard, doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Ada burung.
Itu kalau ditembak apa? Reconnya Sofa ikut nggak ya?
Iya ya. Keliling-keliling.
Keren tuh nge-cheat. Reconnya dari atas langit.
Exploit bukan.
Masih iya.
Oh iya juga.
Enggak lah, orang doginya kayaknya bisa nempel sama itu, sama apa? Bumbot juga bisa nempel.
Iya, di bawah jalan itu.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in flooded.
To play for it, QCK does have his own ult now.
Come on, let's go.
Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Maybe seeing if he can.
Oh, timing.
Util out in his hands. Really quite aware of that one, Dizzy. Away, second spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order. Util layered.
Buset, itu racun semua.
Sizzling away, spraying them down with a rifles.
Yang satu api, yang satu snake bite. Bingung dia mau kemana itu Tenzi.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud.
Kasian banget itu jadi Tenzi ya set deh. Serba salah. Tuh, itu kena api. Kesono kena racun.
Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
Kayak ring gitu. Hard to say, it was so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it is just
kalian nggak lewatin talinya nggak sih?
Langsung
dari atas.
Kayak gini. Tapi di bawah.
I'm Kawanzin initiator for Loud.
Dia muterin talinya itu, bukan dari tengah-tengah.
Tali.
Dari sela-sela. Bukan dari tengah-tengah. Dari atas ke bawah.
Ya tadi gini.
Bukan. Di atasnya itu tali.
Sini.
Atasnya lagi. Lagi. Itu. Nggak gitu doang.
Kayak pancingan gitu. Oh, udah.
Sepertinya kalau buat es coklat malam-malam begini enak ya.
Aduh, apa boleh?
Bukan.
Benar.
Enak banget dah.
Tuh si Julius katanya ada yang bisa ngajarin Valorant nggak tuh cewek tuh? Jo, ajarin Jo.
Kalau hijau lab.
Dia update di itu tuh di Facebook.
Oh, Facebook.
Lihat screenku deh.
Si Julius.
Buat temennya itu.
Buat
My sister adenya kakaknya tau.
Oh.
Dari sini.
Ih, kaget Julius main Valo.
Dia sempat main Valo kalau nggak salah dulu.
Dari sini ke sini.
Oh iya, dia tahu karakternya sih.
Dulu sempat dia main Valo. Di awal-awal Valo.
Jadi bagian
Yeah, and
ini dia
actually, I
agak
think
mengkerut
the story
gitu.
over the last couple of maps has been SEN getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. TenZ has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely...
Kayak lagi nge-gym nih. Kiri kanan.
Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
Backhand out. Still open towards his back. Okay.
So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle. Onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the ball. Paranoia back in. Away QCK!
That's unreal.
As blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do
Halo,
it.
selamat datang.
There it is, straight to the
Thank
chest.
you sudah
Him down, John. Can't
subscribe.
do much so loud. With that pistol round, you got to think. Back in charge.
Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series,
Jadi makan
and
apa
then
ya
get
bang?
both of them in the decisive could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But SEN are certainly not going to force into this one again.
Kayaknya harus nyetok es krim nih gara-gara si Grace ngomong kayak gitu jadi pengen es tau.
That is a ridiculous one.
Kayak si siapa James kemarin.
Es krim. Is going to start building
Iya,
his way up to the Phoenix ult.
bisa-bisanya.
And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
To give anything away.
Kenapa begitu?
Benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved
Kegedean
for
nggak
the big side
Nggak
hit,
ya?
especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through.
Dah tuh. Tuh James nongol, langsung nongol.
Parah banget.
Si James langsung nongol.
Halo James.
As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize
Langsung nongol dia.
Baru kita gibahin, iya.
Mana nih James nih katanya nih? Gak terlihat kan.
As well, just for Spike to be dropped down, laid down. Snake
It looks like SEN are gonna send
Sahur es
utility
krim.
here, rather than trying to save it.
Pengen.
Sama yang
They could
di
take an early
korset
fight,
deh.
You're right. I mean, could get costly.
Saya siomay di kloset, gimana?
Gimana?
Thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but
Gak salah denger kan gua?
Gue dengernya itu.
Samain sama di korset.
Oh, sama.
That's gonna put people in
Sama di
position where they
closet.
go for light armor. Could end up being
Korset.
The fact that they
Korslet.
Korslet itu mati lampu.
I think SEN are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset was how they approached the A
Karyawan semua
retakes.
gawe. Jangan diplototin doang
bonus round now
kardusnya.
to be cooked up for
Cowok
Loud.
dan belum nikah. Kalau udah nikah biasanya tahu.
I mean, that ran it back earned. 2CK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently.
Keju, oren.
Another score.
Di sini deh tadi cuman gak nongol lah.
Lah dicariin momen palo.
Iya, penuh
What a
lagi
spray from Zelsis! They're trying to punish the old pickup there, and they both
Tadi
get
mana
sprayed
Jet,
down.
mau main talo, tapi
Waduh.
nggak ada
The
kamunya.
paranoia onto a spot that TenZ is often
Keburu
like.
udah lemes lapar nih, bingung mau makan apa.
In market, the trip not broken though. They know it's fake market pressure.
BK
Yeah, this is
Entertainment.
a weird one. No way. Did they spot a hint of 2Es? Was there a question mark on the minimap?
Kenapa?
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is.
BKN aja.
Leaning this way. Celsius.
Dor.
He is a low player, but he
Outless.
decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle.
Maksudnya?
With any form of
Masa aku harus
utility.
sebut
Now,
merek?
he's in a one and done.
Oh.
Broken and he's revealed his position.
Apanya?
This is problematic.
Iya, makanya itu.
Full usage.
Oh,
Now, Ten's right behind
iya
him,
iya
sets
iya
up
iya.
the paranoia. There is that swing, and that's a spike gonna be
Iya
dropped
raja
down.
burger ya.
His team nowhere near here.
Raja
Les is
burger.
the last one standing.
Rubber.
Rubber.
Karet
lu.
Raja burger. Bikin. Itu ini baru tuh.
In a 1v3. In a much worse position.
Plesetannya.
Iya.
Able to get the plant down.
Ini tapi nggak
15 seconds left in the round.
Brand baru tuh Rubber.
Rubber.
Pakein apa enggak ya?
Les will just be
Hujan dong. Jo,
win this one
cepet.
while the rest of the team in silence.
Aduh,
Udah keburu hujan.
Anjir, bang, bentar bang, bentar bang.
Onto Zelsis put Sassy in such a difficult
Langsung
position.
panik.
And
Ini
the
hujannya kenapa gilir gitu sih?
Order. Iya tadi kan
Ada
dari
si
tempat
Clara.
gua. Dari tempat gua jalan ke tempat Rin.
Jo, cepetan Jo, pesen makanan sebelum ke tempatku.
Apa ya? Ayo.
Untung aku udah beli.
No.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks
Bubur
the
ayam
cipher.
mantep guys.
Anytime you can get aggressive like that,
Bubur amburadul.
why not?
Bubur amburadul.
Not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Mantap aja sih.
Padang.
Waduh. Jam segini makan padang.
Dislodged from the spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face though. Won't be punished. And dropped down. Paranoia now. TP phone line. Everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned. Chucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around. Rosie Zekken. Can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post plan. We saw a lot of it from Sen.
I saw you.
Here it comes. Oh, yeah. Thrash as well. Torbjorn laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shot into the corner was utilised earlier, but everybody tucked into main.
Toprak Indomie viral, hah?
Actually, some mollies as well. We're going to see how the Utah just reign supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch on to this spike and get the defuse on
boleh.
time for the
Thrash.
Tapi ya,
Yang biasa atau pakai telur?
Already detained into the sides of the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello.
Ada yang original. Oh, ini ketoprak doang nggak pakai Indomie. Ketoprak bumbu biasa aja. Namanya kayak gitu. Caps lock semua lagi tulisannya.
Serem banget ini mainnya. Ngeri 8 sama loh.
Enaknya tuh karena apa, Rin? Ketoprak Kimitsu dong.
Nggak pakai tahu maksudnya, nggak pakai tahu.
Oh, nggak pakai tahu.
Nggak dikasih tahu.
Aku nggak doyan tahu sih. Gimana Rin? Jadi enaknya gimana?
Bisa jelasin sih, tapi satu ini suka sih satu
Waduh, si Bang Winda juga live supermarket simulator lagi. Aduh.
Saingan.
Bang, udah bang, tutup bang. Aku lagi buka gitu.
Aku lagi buka.
Supermarketnya tutup bang. Saya lagi buka nih.
Enggak yang aku bilang tadi Jo. Lempar itu lihat.
Lempar ini. Tapi porsinya kenyangin nggak?
Kenyangin.
Banyak banget.
Toprak mah pasti kenyang sih.
Main kenyangin.
Pedas. Lah kok pedasnya persediaan habis? No. Ya udah agak pedas.
Lah bisa begitu. Agak pedas. Agak pedasnya tersedia gitu.
Nih tidak pedas gratis, agak pedas gratis, normal gratis, pedas persediaan habis.
What?
Jangan pakai tahu.
Sana agak pedas.
Berarti ketopraknya itu kayak kalau kata Ang.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nice.
Kalau agak pedas gini aja Jo. Misalnya agak pedasnya berapa? Cabai 1, nah minta cabai 5.
Oh iya bener juga ya. Gak jadi, ongkirnya nonjok banget. Iya. Jauh juga kali kayaknya. Oh iya jauh.
Jauh plus hujan kali.
Mau tuh.
Kan belum. Kan ketika lo lagi mencari makanan langsung hujannya lewat.
Iya, abangnya ntar datang pakai jas hujan.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once SEN start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Lebih transparan dan warnanya nggak gelap.
Loud would love Thrifty here.
Bebek PKB, waduh.
Segini dah ongkirnya.
BTW kamu lupa satu hal. Belt yang di rock.
Can't use that. Kena. Tungguin dong, nggak mau keluar. Keluar juga. Ditungguin
Well,
nggak
taking a pause
keluar.
into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the SEN players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. And like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is
Coba
possible.
kalau ini ongkirnya berapa nih?
Calling for
Yang
a
paling
reconnect.
deket banget. Apakah iya emang harganya segitu?
Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line.
Oh no.
Through there, Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those
Oh.
shots
Kayaknya
now. They're
emang
worried
harus
about the TP
dibikin
close to the
mengkerut deh.
corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top
Apa?
of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean,
Marah banget. No, aku nyari es krim di mana jam segini?
Jo, aku mau ngasih tahu tadi, tapi
really committed. It's the first phase
nyebut
coming
merek
through. It's just the
jadinya.
players of the sheriff.
Micu,
They're
Micu.
all gonna be falling now.
Ya, Micu flood.
Less.
Emang buka
Makes a
sahur.
decent job.
Harusnya
Go
buka.
of it, but now
Harusnya buka.
more rounds for the lead here. Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in
Tapi
that spot,
kalau
man. That was a bit of a
diantar
disappointing
udah tinggal
round.
jadi sup.
I wouldn't be
Nggak gitu juga dong.
Iya sih, punya aku jadi floatnya bukan jadi ini, jadi
on their attacks.
Oh, time out.
Floating.
Bukan,
bener sih.
bukan float lagi, jadi floating. Ngambang.
No.
Jadi belenyek.
Bukan itu masih serius, James. Alamak.
Langsung lah.
Enggak.
langsung.
Ini kan konteksnya lapar, bukan pengen jajan doang.
Kalian.
Ini make go ya apa ya?
Ya itu.
Arya.
Hah?
Biar nggak nyebut merek.
Ya tapi itu merek apa ya? Enggak ada yang...
Oh yang dicelupin.
Iya, kok jadi itu?
Kenapa jadi Arya?
Iya makanya.
Gorio.
Oh iya Arya
Gorio,
benar. Gorio bisa Arya.
Gorio merek
Gorio.
loh, Gorio Rio.
Emang zaman Gorio.
Itu kan
Gorio tuh hantu Pasmo.
Iya, aduh, Raiju.
Raiju.
Udah lama gak denger kata itu, ya ampun.
Ya juga ya, udah lama gak main Pasmo. Aduh.
Nasi goreng jumbo. Wah, ini.
Nasi goreng wagyu sih. Aduh.
Demonologis lah satunya. Hehehe.
Emang.
Tadi yang dikerutin yang mana?
Demonologis lagi diskon tuh.
Bentar.
Tidak pedas gratis. Ekstra pedas tambah 3.000. Pedas persediaan habis. Maksudnya apa sih? Ngajak berantem.
Udah bilang aja apa agak pedas ada kan?
Ya, jadi langsung tidak pedas. Ekstra pedas. Pedas normalnya tuh nggak ada.
Ya tulis ekstra pedas tapi sendoknya apa sambalnya 2 sendok aja bang gitu.
Tambah 3.000.
Oh tambah 3.000 ekstra pedas pushnya.
Iya.
Cabai mahal bang, cabai mahal.
Iya sih nggak salah sih.
Kalau nggak ini aja normal tapi tulisnya minta cabenya sambalnya 2 sendok aja mas gitu.
Iya.
So Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a
Nih hujannya sampai galau juga mau hujan gak ya? Nih orang pesannya lama banget.
Itu biasanya gitu. Pas lo klik order langsung hujan. Biasanya gitu.
Aku buat Indomie dulu lah ya. Ih, Astro makan Indomie, jadi banget.
Hati-hati kamu dibully ntar.
30 menit lagi hujan Jo di sana lah, jangan ngejinx gitu dong James.
Gender.
Gak salah sih, soalnya tempatku udah hujan. Deket lagi udah.
Terang benderang aja.
Gimana cara terang benderang orang masih hitam gitu, masih gelap.
Iya, jam berapa?
Maksudnya nggak ada awan.
Apa kamu lihat awannya? Kan kamu di kamar.
Gris, kamu di planet mana? Kita semua udah.
No, ke
Dia tinggalnya di rawa.
Oh iya.
Tidur di rawa-rawa.
Kalau bubur, kayaknya nggak kenyang. Cuman paling deket. Aduh, nggak lobet sih.
Iya, Ham. Menurutnya di situ, Ham. Yang tadi.
Dia ngambil makan dulu kalau nggak salah.
Oh iya.
like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned, still flicks straight to his head and opens
Dapet
things
dong.
up. Even when Loud have
Let's
openings,
go. Good job, Zach. Good job,
still
Zach.
finding their way through. And I said that was going to be
Akhirnya
important round.
8-11 ya.
The money, dire straits. Take a loan out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock at a top.
Angle-nya tipis banget.
Ayo,
Ih, kelihatan tuh.
Berkurang 5 menit nih untuk hujan tempat kamu.
Iya.
Ntar mencari, abangnya datang, beri hujan. Pencarian driver biasanya.
Still might be some danger.
Wah, ke-detect 2 orang.
Spotted. One tagged up here. Shock darts now in a squeeze.
Wow, langsung dikeroyok begitu.
Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way less than ideal.
Sebel banget. Muki di Thailand lagi collab sama Sanrio sama Yu-Gi-Oh.
Iya.
Dari sini Hello Kitty doang.
Iya.
Dor. Miss begitu.
Kayak lagi dikejar awalnya sekarang.
Itu nembaknya miss gitu depan muka.
By all rights, that should have been Sentinel's favor to go up to series point.
Oh, no add-on.
Instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss.
Penawarin.
To me, it's very clear. They finally lost
Kayak mulu bang, main apa sih bang? Kompe.
took that space on the map, but otherwise, John's just been watching with a trip.
No.
Ngapa jadi lebih mahal anjir?
Tahu sekarang ongkir jadi mahal banget. Heran.
Iya. Nangis.
Udah nggak boleh belanja online.
Nggak boleh belanja online.
Nggak salah sih tapi.
Sumpah, drastis banget perbedaannya.
Iya.
Walaupun ibaratnya dapat diskon ya, potongan gitu ya. Potongannya seberapa, harganya seberapa. Oh dulu kan kayak ya seenggaknya 75%-nya lah gitu kan kepotong gitu. Sekarang mana ada 25% doang paling gede dari ongkirnya.
Live makeover ham. Buset.
Buat cari ini doang. Makanya lihat apa yang sedang dilakukan.
Nah, gini dong potongan 20.000, jadi ongkirnya nggak berasa. Kelarnya jam 2.59, oke, langsung gas.
Brrrr, hujan.
Hujan terus.
Sumber.
Alamat oke, ya sip, aman.
Ini jadi mau nonton nih, nepik.
Lihat itu aja dulu. Lihat PCT-nya dulu.
Oke.
Apa tuh?
Iya kemarin kita tuh abis nonton apa judulnya Rin? Black Tonight.
Apa tuh? Gris pasti aneh-aneh.
Zekan's been
Itu
neutralized. As much as Colin Zine was bigging him up at the halftime.
Pertanyaanku mau nonton Black Knight apa Chicken Nugget?
Hah? Oh iya ya. Iya. Nugget aja. Chicken Nugget.
Masih jam buka kan, jadi oke gitu kan.
Mendingan gua makan sih daripada gua tonton.
Lucu tahu.
Si Hamam kan mau lihat tuh.
Get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be
Mosh pit.
That util plant stuck here by Kawazin Tens onto that high ground approach. He has found value of less being removed. As one of the star players gone pound for pound, just removing this one, and of course, maybe try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he just caught the backside. Clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash.
Oh no.
Tonight, 2 years. He's miles away.
Hiburan.
Gives him every single bit of information.
Twist.
Skipping a hop, dodging round.
Gak kena dong.
Send up to 12. Oh my.
Aduh, gue mau cerita tapi ini lagi live ya.
Udah sudahi live-nya, sebentar lagi selesai.
Kan nggak ada.
Bentar lagi Sentinel selesai. Bentar lagi.
Tapi ini episode lagi grinding, daily grinding. Pas makanan datang deh,
Oke.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in tense direction.
Ayo 12.
Chicken attack sama dong. Kita diserbu ayam.
Damn if tens isn't both.
Chicken.
This is
Itu
it, potentially.
Itu aja kemikir loh, drama orang bisa kepikiran.
Gak kena
Bikin
dong.
drama chicken nugget.
Just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, less. These are matters into his own hands. Look at this deep lurk.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
Tuh kan.
Celsius wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly.
Lah kok di situ kan temen.
Did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that re-pick. Sassy. He's trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Fury trying to collect these kills as well.
Cuman beli ciki satu. Baru pakai credit card lagi, makasih.
Beli ciki pakai credit card.
Iya. Belinya satu doang. Masa iya OT lagi?
Gak jadi dong gua closing.
Probably just gonna save. I mean, look at the economy of SEN. It feels like SEN are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds. They don't have an economic cushion to rely on. So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
Wait. Di gudang masih ada nggak ya?
Hai, halo Snorlax.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Bangun sahur kah?
And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow.
Diburu kan nih John Kitty.
Salah, malah beli ciki.
They found my way.
Does John save this?
He needs the rifle.
Oh!
2 years old, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through knowing he's low enough.
We are gonna be headed into the final few rounds
Ini
here
lagi
of the
buat
match.
mie-nya. Oke, siap Astro.
With Loud favored to bring it to the final round. And maybe even some
Kita
OT
kurang
out.
satu doang, asli. Dari tadi.
It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make. And even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make.
Ayo tutup closing. Gak bisa sih. Ini pasti 11 dulu sih. Kalau Iko.
Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction. Trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hitting him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from SEN. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawazi gets into it now. Even the online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for SEN is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
3,
They can close it out here.
Plus.
No one to break, no one to deal with it, but it's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, going wide.
Run and gun senjata James.
Forces out the snake bite.
Iya,
To be utilized here, Kawazin still has the
Stinger.
There's no danger, sure.
Ini kayak semua pro player udah nontonin James deh. Stinger jadi laku coy.
Iya, Stinger laku banget ini.
Biasa kan sheriff, sekarang Stinger.
Beredet.
Regular time anyway. Might as well go down.
Duar meledak.
I believe for a moment there, when SEN had their weapons,
Coachnya belajar dari
or just running
James
into
itu.
backside,
Kok
overwhelming
guys
people.
bisa ini?
That's pretty good awareness from Sadak as well. Tens is
Kok
difficult to see in that spot.
Stinger.
And this time the rifles are able to find their mark, and the spam is good.
Sudah reset.
A timeout taken.
Let's go.
A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan
Ini game.
hits the red button.
Reset jam 3. Udah jam 3 ternyata, guys.
Apa yang akan kita lakukan jam 3 pagi?
Iya, makan.
Guys, kok deres?
Bener kan?
Nah, lo kan.
Sudah aku bilang.
Halo Snorlax lah, tiba-tiba ada Haskeru dari tadi ada. Emang nggak kelihatan?
Tuh. Masih Snorlax ya.
Ketutupan nama ini ya, kolom chat ya.
Sudah aku bilang. Kalau kamu pencet order, hujan akan langsung turun.
Pemanggil hujan.
Sama kayak lo habis cuci motor, cuci mobil.
Iya.
Langsung hujan datang.
Tuh saya tadi lebih cepat daripada hujan.
Kalau lagi kering tinggal cuci motor aja ya. Ntar langsung hujan.
Ya, jadi kalau lagi musim panas, semuanya satu jejer nyuci mobil semua, nyuci motor. Hujannya deras sampai banjir.
Tapi kalau yang tusuk bawang merah, cabe gitu-gitu itu buat nangkal atau manggil sih? Lupa deh.
Dominant. Their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip.
Iya nggak salah sih, bener. Jadi tuh kayak ada kepercayaan kalau nusuk bawang merah, bawang putih sama cabe itu buat nangkal atau manggil gitu, manggil hujan.
It really feels like they're trying to trap them going
1,
for
2,
the
3,
A ult
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oke.
You're not taking a risk like that to throw away
Bukan,
their
aku
chance
baru
of winning
lihat
the match
live.
going to beat
Oh.
GenG in the
Kenapa?
others.
Baru tahu kalau aku itu
No dice on that early
nusuk.
trap.
Yang aku tahu tuh pernah aku di live in gitu di suatu desa. Ada bawang gitu.
Dor.
Itu
bawang.
Bawang digantung di depan pintu rumah.
Tahu.
Kayak itu, teru-teru boz.
Iya.
Dan aku nggak tahu fungsinya buat apa. Nggak berani nanya. Karena
kalau nanya doang kayaknya nggak apa-apa sih, yang penting nggak copot-copotin gitu kan.
Kan gitu. Kalau misalnya aku tahu itunya, kalau misalnya yang ada hunta atau apa, kan aku nggak berani tidur, nggak bisa tidur.
Selesaikah manis? Apakah akan ditutup atau OT?
Bilangin ke Haskeru.
Oh no.
Subuh lagi bang, tuh ada yang kangen tuh.
Ya OT dong ya. Ya OT ya. No OT.
Lagi rame untuk dimonitor.
Crawling. These late adjustments on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous.
Gula.
And this with
Gula
Tens being able to get the
ya.
first kill onto
Ya udah
Leicester
penuh
Starwind.
semua lagi.
But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so
Gula,
important.
numpang
Remember what
gula.
Tens was able to do to them over towards B as he
Sumpah guys, deres banget guys. Kasian abangnya. Maafkan aku abang.
Maafkan aku sudah memencet nomor tombol order.
Maafkan aku yang telah lama memilih.
Aku bilangin dah, bang kalau deres daduh aja dulu nggak apa-apa.
Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where 2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2Es alone in these spots.
Kurang ya. Copy. Salah.
Backup from Kawanzin. Dizzy off the cam contact. 2Es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Bren. Trying to set up this mid lurk of A main.
74
Distraction.
05.
But I swear, Lauda always.
No, sampai ada geluduknya, abang.
Di tempatku itu, Jo.
Sama, tempat gue juga bunyi barusan. Waduh.
Waduh.
Time though to help 2 years out of a couple. Issue and a problem.
Kamu di mana, Bang?
Beda dimensi.
Beda dimensi. Kamu di rawa mana?
Rawamangun, rawa badak, rawa buaya. Rawa belong.
Rawa buaya, tapi bukan rawa buaya di Indo ya.
Berarti geluduknya barengan semua tuh. Di James juga tuh.
Iya. Tadi digere di gua geluduknya, nah pusatnya di James tuh. Abang, berteduh saja ya, Bang. Ya, apa yang habis? Oh, minyak hijau. Minyak hijau.
Half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time. A window potentially,
There's
but he
a
just
half.
needs a kill, and he's not being given. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. It's Sentinels on
Nice double pick.
They have pulled that one back from the brink. Loud's identification that was an A hit, and the fact that they got players ready to throw utility to stop and put pressure on the plant, that almost won them the round.
Susu.
You saw Kawanzin just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant. But not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity.
Apakah akan ditutup atau OT berikutnya?
Series point.
The tiny
Chicken.
snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point, series point, whatever you want to call it. Here, Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the two spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Abangnya nggak balas lagi, jadi khawatir. Abangnya nggak tenggelam kan?
Into it indeed.
Dia langsung ganti jadi gobut.
Waduh, abangnya menerjang. No. Dia nggak sempat baca chat ya abangnya. Oke, aku ready di depan dulu deh, kasihan abangnya soalnya.
Abangnya juga mau buka,
mau sahur.
Iya sih.
Let's go. Let's end this. Let's end this. End this. Let's end this. Akhirnya selesai juga.
Bisa closing.
Closing langsung. Bye bye bubar jalan.